Alright, welcome back everyone. Today, we'll be doing a bit of Nightreign. There's a bit of a new face in town since I've last played that I would like to take out before they retreat back into the night. But first, like always, gonna run a quick ad before we get started, so I will see you in just about 3 minutes here. So see you guys then. But I do hope everyone's having a good day as well, by the way. Alright, we'll begin starting just a second here. Hope everyone is excited to see me encounter our new foe in the night. After we fight him, I may start throwing attempts at perhaps no death runs. By the way. And we'll see how that goes for a bit. After we do get a victory against him, which I have confidence I will. But we'll see. Alright. There we go. Ads are up. Alright. And welcome on in, everyone. Let me just get this set up here. I'll grab my drink. And we'll be good to go. Alright. Good. Alright, so let us continue. After the first run, by the way, I will be letting people vote on the character we play. We'll still keep to that. You know, to keep it interesting, keep it spicy. And maybe do that for the no death runs. And what we'll do for the no death run is if we die like midway through the run, what I will do is we'll still continue it, but we'll keep track and then of like how we did, and we'll try and like decide from there, or see where we need to improve. Well, where I need to improve. Let's see. We're doing this solo. And I got this at one point, which is just probably the best relic I've gotten in a while. Okay, let's go ahead. Yep. Single player. No warm-ups. We gotta get this. So we go right in. Right into the night. Charging forth into the dark. The Onion Man has a bone to pick. And a few teeth to pull out, potentially. You know, thinking about it, the Gaping Jaws art design kind of fits with another game we've played recently. For his actual, like, design. One with a couple moments where there were a lot of teeth. And a lot of monstrosities, potentially. Alright. So, game plan. Ever goals. Those are a big one. I'm not going to be worrying about the no death for this first one, or the first defeat on Gaping Jaw. Doesn't mean I won't try and play a bit more carefully in preparation for it. But definitely, I don't know what to expect. I've actually kept myself basically blind on him as much as I can. Alright, we'll get rid of this. Get rid of that, because neither of those are going to help us. And I'll be kind of using this as a time to plan routes. We're grabbing these to try and get some improvements here. Depending on what we can get our hands on, I may still try and go for his elemental weakness. But Gaping Jaw is one of those that it's not super important, I feel like. At least not as much as some of the other ones. Alright. Making good time on the Albinaurics here. I actually like that we're doing this camp first. I feel this is actually a bit more worth it time-wise, though I do want a... stamina recovery out of all those. I do want the stone keys, obviously, but this is in a perfect spot, and we get a lot out of it. Okay, we're keeping that for our passive. Did I get a stone key? I did not. We did get a smithing stone. So I'm gonna run up here. We're gonna deal with this. Where's my nearest stone key? Down here. Okay, so when we go down here for our flask, we'll get the stone key as well. There's Loretta up here. Okay. That's good to know. We've got a weapon that can actually help us with Death Rate Bird here. Currently. Because I believe that shared order is that Golden Vow. That's Golden Vow. Okay, so it doesn't help us as much as I would like. But it's still a sacred weapon. So it still does decent against him. Don't mind me as I just give you a bit of a poke here and let you be on your way. That was too early. Nope. Ah, come on. There we go. Took a moment, but we got it. Alright, let's do this real quick while I check the map. Actually wasn't enough to kill. I was hoping that would kill so we get some extra rune. Ooh. That's perfect. Okay, we'll grab that in a moment. There we go. Alright. While that's dying, we're gonna run over there and get that. Two armaments. Don't need any of those. Okay, don't need any of these. We're not gonna upgrade this, because I don't know that I'm necessarily gonna keep it. We're gonna head down. We're gonna hit this Evergale. We're gonna hit this boss. I'm not gonna worry about getting the full bonuses, but we'll get at least a couple of the Evergale ones. I'm gonna check and see if we can get another key here and maybe a colossal weapon, because this is an easy boss. Alright, that's not bad. And we'll wait. I can always get or come back here. I don't want to waste too much time. Though it's not a complete waste. It's good to keep on your toes. We've got our ability charged up. I didn't see a large boss there. Come on. I was hoping for some pickled feet. Only the most exquisite of delicacies. Alright. Let's go ahead and do this. There we go. There. This is gonna take a second for me, but it's not a bad one to have. Especially since I just got my ult back. Okay. There we go. Should be just one hit there. Not quite one hit there, but close. And the last two here will fall just like they were nothing. Okay. Next thing we check, and at least look. Okay. Go ahead and do that while we're recovering stamina. Alright. Do this and immediately alt to get rid of everything. Ooh. That is very good. Okay, we're doing that. Ulcerated tree spirit. I probably don't want to fight just yet, but is definitely something I will be fighting. If this is Albinorix, we stay here. If it's Heroes of Zamor, it's Heroes of Zamor. Let me just... You know what? I can do this. And I can do it relatively timely. Give him a big old chop. Go ahead and open that, but we're not waiting for it. I'll go back for it. If I remember it. This is the one thing I hate about Heroes of Zamor, really, is how they're spread out. Can be kind of tricky to find them. At least I feel like. There we go. One last one left. The real question is, where is it? Right here. Perfect. Okay. Not a horrible first day. We still have the whole of the fort. That's useless to me, really. So we have that. I'm going to check down here for talisman. Did I get one before? I did not. I didn't get as many, okay, both of those are at least decent. I didn't get as many Everjails as I kind of wanted. I'm trying to think. I go ahead and open this up, because we're going to be coming back here anyways, and then we go for that fire camp. Crystallians, that's actually a good one. Nice and easy, especially with the health reduction there. Aw, I didn't get the surprise on him. Wouldn't that have been something? Just complete surprise. Just go, hey, how you doing? Alright, you have Lion Claw, I get it. You know what we have? We have an axe and a slam. I sit on you. Okay. Gotta find the other... Actually, it's other one. This is Red Mane Knight, so it's just him. Alright. Didn't hit both there like I was hoping for. Alright. Fine. All resistance up. I'm hoping for just the one more colossal weapon at least. But it doesn't look like we're gonna get it. Decent level, I would say. There we go. Between everything we've got on us, these rats are perfect, and also this is Gaping Jaw. Or, not... Gaping Dragon. Gaping Jaw's later. I hope. Is he buffed? Okay, no. At least, not like I was thinking there. I thought he had, like, the Invader buff there for a moment. That would have been just a tad bit different. Also, Gaping Dragon is amazing here just for the extra chance for a weapon, if nothing else. Alright, get over here. Come on. Away from the fire's edge so I can get to your tail. That's not away from the fire's edge. Wonderful swing on your part. There we go. And there we are, off with his tail. Oh, jeez. I did not see him there. Also, what's that tail doing? Ooh, that was not gonna lie. Quite a jump scare seeing Blackblade, Kindred of all things, kick off. Oh, he actually kind of put himself a little bit farther away. Did not mean to ping there. That's because I was sprinting away at the same time. There we go. Give him a nice old headbutt here. Give him a nice slap to the face. Oh, I didn't have time for two of them there. So one more headbutt for you. There you go, bud. Be on your way. Bother us no more. I mean, ideally I'm gonna have a poison weapon by the end of this. Also, we are absolutely skipping out on that gale right here. No questions asked. That one gets skipped for a good reason. We will, though, go and fight this right here. And also, I'm gonna need to get a purple smithing stone. I'll have to keep my eye out for that. Alright. Down you go. Get a smack in. Into even a bigger smack Do another big hit. Alright. Just in time. And he lowered his face into it. He really wanted a whiff there. Alright, that's going to be very important for Gaping Jaw. Alright. So pathing now. I did say I wanted to do the ulcerating tree spirit, but we're doing those crystallians first. Those ghosts, man, are messing with me. Something fierce here. Okay, those are pointless. Alright. I'm actually wondering... I'm really hoping the map closes in our favor here. I really am. Because from how the layout is right now, I'm a little worried we won't have enough time for everything. There we go. Just deal with one of our problems. You can rot those? Alright. There we go. Just give him a nice old headbutt. And give him the boot. And the axe. Can't forget that. Alright, ooh. Okay, that'll be helpful. Yeah. Let me go ahead and see how our damage is, because we do have the freezing grease here. Wait, that hit me? Okay. Alright. You go ahead and take that. There we go. Give me this. Ooh. Keep up the pressure. Alright. Let's go ahead and use this. Oh, come on. It's what you get for dodging that. I didn't have quite enough time. Well, I didn't give myself quite enough time there. And there we go. Unga Bunga wins once again. Unga Bunga rewarded with... I don't know if I really consider that a true reward, but... Yeah, no. It's very good, but I'm not on a setup that really lets me capitalize on it. And it doesn't have a good passive for us, even. So I will leave the legendary for once. As much as it pains me. Actually, that's useless to me. Okay. Runes, we check what's up top. Not horrible. Alright. Alright, the true tech. Just sit on them till they drop to the knees. Crush them under your impressive bolt. Alright. That is actually pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and clear this for the level. These guys aren't truly worth it for the levels here, but hey. We're gonna open this up. Kind of hoping for just one more. We'll take that just in case. Alright. Come here, Mr. Lion. Okay. Let's go ahead and use our ult. He's gonna jump into it. Thank you. And there we go. Alright. Okay. That's pretty good. Let's go ahead and head down here. Okay, so the circle is gonna end near the mine, so I'm definitely gonna have enough time. You know what? Screw you. That still hit me. Okay. This is probably not worth it. Also, that would be... Yeah, I'm just gonna leave him. Well, it's not deathless. For this, at least. Definitely not after that. I'm trying to think. Our talismans technically work with me. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave him after we grab this. We're gonna check the boss up top. That's a better use of my time. How much time do I probably have left here? Actually, I don't know that I really have the time. Definitely won't if I do these, though. Alright. That blood loss on getting low health. The fact it procs on enemies is nice. Because it helps you burst down that last little bit. Don't mind if I do. That could help. Speed up something up top. We did get a good amount of skill cost reduction. So I'm not opposed. Alright, you. Okay, the Sacred Order there is actually not horrible if I was hurting on a weapon here. I think it's a... What's it called? One of the, Tree Sentinels. I shouldn't be spending this time here. We're just gonna jump up this way. I'm in a decent position even if we don't kill this guy. I'm not gonna be happy about it. Okay, it's normal tree sentinel. Well, normal up here. Let's go ahead and use this. There we go. We got the rod on him. Alright. He's actually a boss and can kind of blitz down here. Yup, while he's doing that. There we go. Alright. Big hit. Well, actually it would have been bigger probably if I didn't do the follow-up here. Don't die. I'll slow this down too much. Alright, just do a normal heavy. Jumping heavy. And a headbutt. Oh. And the rots got secured. Final weapon, Giza's Wheel. Let's go. Not only is that my colossal weapon limit met, or like amount, but that is an amazing weapon. Alright. Do I have time to take a peek into our church here? Or not the church, the mine, I mean. Because there's still some argument to be had. Definitely don't have too much time here. There's some argument to be had just for the fact of we do have a rot weapon with the passive to start healing us. That's actually better in some ways. Okay. Go ahead and do this. Oh, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful Giza wheel damage. Oh. Mwah. And there we go, we're level 14. Should be level 15 by the end of the night. If not, there's a little bit I can do. I don't have a key, so let's go ahead and toss this, because I don't need this. Let's go up here and kill whatever we can. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have enough by the end of the night. Not going to get the boss here, but what we'll do... We'll do that for a big influx here. And that... Okay, that confirms it. We got it. Perfect. Got plenty. Plenty of souls. Plenty of runes. Plenty of power. Also, holy attacks follow charged attacks. Giza's Wheel fixes one of my issues with Raider about his actually kind of lacking charge attacks. This is Draconic Sentinels here. So, not too bad. I can actually do this for the healing. Ah, that didn't trigger. Whatever. Oh wait, no, it's not Draconic. It's Ancient Dragon. I forgot about this. Alright. We got the perfect weapon for you. Hip thruster way to victory here. Even though he's very fire resistant. I don't think he's fire resistant enough. With that. And burn for me. I want some roasted dragon by the end of this. Oh, out of FP. Alright, well, he's sufficiently roasted. Let's get up on our pillar. And chop him up with the Giza's Wheel. There we go. Is Gaping Maw's AoE actually lightning damage, or is it physical? Because it's gravity, right? I think he's a pure physical boss, isn't he? So let's go for this. Anything I can just grab on the way? Not really. We've got, like, the perfect setup here, by the way. Well, not perfect. I would like to have, just a bit of poison for the stagger. That would be very good, honestly. But overall, I'm feeling pretty confident here. We'll grab these two because I can. I should. He hits pretty hard. Let's grab the boiled prawn. Can I fit this? I can if I get rid of the pot. And you know what? Little trick here. These last long enough. Go ahead and at least grab that one. The Crimson Whirl one only affects elemental damage anyways. So, not really needed here. Alright. Sufficiently buffed. Wait, what? Why is he already in phase 2? Also, what's with the new, stuff around the field here? Alright. Okay, you can quit with the roaring here. Ow. That's not good. Ooh. Able to dodge him just in time here. Perfect. You know what? It's probably better to crit. That got me to blood loss. Okay, what with the AoEs? What is... Okay... I like. Let's see if I keep like. Also, he does definitely do lightning. That kind of confirms it for me. Okay, I didn't think I could dodge that, so... Ooh, we knocked him out of the grab. Perfect. Okay. Let's go ahead and use our ult here. Come on in, big boy. Ow. Okay. Oh, I thought he was doing another one of the tornadoes. He most certainly is. Right? No. Okay. That is very awkward to dodge. I do wonder if you can... Ow. That's gonna suck. I believe that buffs him. Ah. Can you quit with the chewing? Holy crap. Okay, I'm out of flasks here. Okay, first down. Don't mind me. Just gonna jump over your ultimate. Ow. Okay, got a good charged heavy in there. Come on. That was bad on my part. I should, instead of panic rolling, I should have sprinted there. Please don't toss me out of the storm. I don't want to experience what it's like being out here. Alright. Good. Not good. That was very poor timing for him to be doing that, because I had just used my ability, and the extended ability would have been perfect there. I don't care what you're doing. Out of it. Alright, so that was, I think, 4 times there in total. Die. Well, first time's the charm. The pizza cutter came in very handy, even if I didn't have a chance to use that. I like what that sets a precedent for, by the way. The fact... Oh, yeah. I heard there's a new resource there. The unique relic? Just this? This is actually not horrible. Let's see what else we got here real quick. That one's decent. Okay. Where's this? Over here? Does he finally sell us something?
No task is too great or small, champion. I'm all ears.
Okay. It's definitely not you. You know, first time I've jumped off there. You can, in fact, die here. I think I saw something, by the way, doing that. What's the best way to it? I guess from over here. Well, I very much like what they did with him. I like the cage match he puts you in. So what's this? Give the witches brooch? What? What does that do? Also... Oh. Yeah, I'll repair our Grace. Gotta make the place look nice. Ooh. Okay. I like this. So this is how this works. Alright. I can make use of this for the deathless runs. What's your catalog here? Oh. New relic sets. Okay. Well, that's nice. What else do you have? I have to buy it? Wait. Okay, that is very strong. For a set one, having crits and crit plus, to where, like, just right off the bat, on this character especially, that's amazing. But even in general, like, Wilder, even Executor can make a lot of use of that. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, that I'm probably gonna have to get. Wait, oh, that's just an alternate way to, instead of Merc, to buy that stuff. That is useless, I feel like. Some interesting stuff in here. That's potentially very good. Hold on. We're gonna go ahead and buy that one. I mean, that's okay. It's not the best for him, but that's not bad. That's actually pretty good for Iron Eye. Yeah, this one's definitely a must. That one's kind of bad on Duchess, actually. For that one. Ooh. That's a very good one for Recluse. Well, actually, less for Recluse, more actually for Duchess if you want to be casting. Or even Revenant. Okay. I can get behind that. Alright. So there's the first run of the day. Dude, I like that. I like how that boss is set up. I'm gonna set up a poll here to see what people would want to see after this next run. We'll let it run through the next run so we're not just sitting here waiting. Oh. I want to fight him a few more times, I feel like. Because obviously I'm very comfortable with Raider. I want to try him, or try fighting him with a few other characters here. Wilder, I feel like he's gonna have I don't know if I'd say an easy time, but a good time with him. Let's try Executor. I haven't played him much. We'll do just the melee characters at first here, with one except... Well, actually, no, they're still a melee character. I'll exclude Raider because obviously Unless you guys just really want it, you know, feel free to type in chat for the Onion Man. But, I play him a lot, so... Let's see... There we go. Alright. There's you guys a poll. Feel free to determine what we get. What we use, you know, how easy of a time I have. Choose from any of those melee characters there. Alright, let's see. That one's pretty good, actually. Honestly, our one for Raider, though, that we were just using... Well, actually, it's not as good on other characters. But it's still pretty good. Let me look for... Order found. Where's the favorites? Hold on. One second. Let me just pull this down real quick so I can see if I'm, like, obstructing it here. How to remove favorites. Oh, there we go. That was. Okay. Good to know. It may be Hardy. Twitch is having a few issues today. From what I was noticing earlier. It's like kind of stuttering a lot. It seems like today. How you doing, by the way? Alright, let me see. That obviously didn't grab everything here. We'll go with this one for ourselves here. I feel like that's good. Alright, what do we have here? Art charge from guarding already. We could get HP back from guarding, which I'm not opposed to. Hopefully it's cooled down a little bit for you. I know it hasn't over here, so that's asking for a lot, but still. But yeah, Twitch is kind of like stuttering a lot today, it seemed like. Yeah, I guess that's probably about as... Yeah, it's as good as it's gonna get for Executor right now with what I've got. Alright. Round 2. They really are asking for a like, revolt, then. A lot of revolts throughout history have been started because the price of bread went up. That sucks to hear, though. Hopefully they're not also trying to sell you stale bread at the same time. Hopefully they're not taking that much of a... Or, you know, filling it with sawdust. Well then, that... I'm guessing that's unusual for you guys. You know I get that kind of weather over here, but, I kind of live in a storm-heavy area. I don't... From buddies I've had over in Europe before, I don't think I've heard of, like, storms being super common over there, like that at least. I'm hoping, you know, nothing that affected you. Like, personally at least there. When it comes to the storm. Really. You live with just... I hate you. I hate you, little relic bugs. It literally just noped out on... Or, like... The talisman is back up top. Also, it survived with 1 health. I would like to point that out because it literally just died to the 1 health damage there. At least I'm hoping it died. And the relic's back up there. If it didn't and it just disappeared, I am... Alright, that's actually good here. No, not use the magic. Use your skill. Oh. That's one thing I do hate sometimes, is the game does not always read the input right when you're trying to activate your skill. And it can lead to some very awkward moments. Alright, we got a stone key. So, let's go ahead and, you know, run for the hills here. Go ahead and swap that. We'll go for our heal here first since it's in the corner. I can check what type of camp this is. Okay. Alright, we haven't started the Deathless runs yet. Not yet. I really wish I didn't apply the resin there. That actually took just enough time to leave me vulnerable. Okay, really? I hate this character's starting health. That lion. To be fair, I should know better with this character. I've got my ult now at least, so I can bully the lion, but I hate this character's starting health. Even the health at level 2, it feels like it's so much lower. Even though I know it's not. It feels like it. Of course, that could also be just me not liking the deck's weapon playstyle as much. With, you know, my weapons that don't stagger too good. Okay. I still hate that about his ult. Alright, you. Come on. Alright. Also, this thing hits... Well, not very hard necessarily, but... Without my level up, it does kind of just mess me up. I need to go get my levels back so I'm not just sitting here dying on repeat. Yeah, I can. And I need to get used to that and remember it. Also, this... Why, circle? You know what? Hold on. That didn't happen. That run never existed. It was all a figment of your imaginations. It's not real. It can't hurt us anymore. Go figure. So that's the next 2 runs because we're restarting this one. Oh. Alright. Oh, this is loading in. I will add Recluse in place of them for the next one after this. We won't run it just yet. We'll see how we're feeling it. You know, give you guys some time to really think about what you want to vote for. Now, that was just an awful run, and I do need to keep some momentum with this character. I feel like if I get too hamstrung early on, I am just not gonna be able to do much. Also, this is actually a better weapon in some ways right at the start here. That's actually not bad for him. More stamina is never bad on this character. Well, let's just go ahead and drop that warming stone because I'm never going to sit still long enough. Just kill whatever we can get our hands on here. Okay, that's enough. Good. Let's go to the chapel. That is lightning behind me. Ooh. Actually, that was a poison ruin. We're going there right after. Okay. Also, shifting earth. We got Noxtella. I don't mind. You know what? You're tempting me with a good time game. I'm not opposed to saying screw my... Ooh. What a perfect time to get this. Well, don't mind if I do. Yeah, I do know that. I could very easily set this character up for just, like, sticking with his starting weapon, but... I've never been huge on status builds, personally. They're very good, don't get me wrong. I'm just not big on them. Let's go get this. We'll activate that Evergale, I guess. To be fair, I'm also not huge, or like a huge fan of katanas. I actually like some of the other Dex weapons more. So then maybe that's where, like, some of my dislike is here. Also may be why I just prefer Iron Eye. Since this character's ult is technically just, you know, a Dex weapon. We'll be jumping up here. But yeah, I know, like, the best strategy for this... Ooh. Ow. Okay, you can hold that. Hey, it's not quite the same. the character's built for Dex as a whole. I should have just gone for the, you know, normal crit there. No. I actually thought that would do more. Okay, short dodge does not help there. But yeah, he's built for other Dex weapons too. He actually works pretty good as a whole. Alright, the night's closing in. It is in our area at least, so I'm not having to run, you know, a country mile just to get to the storm. Ow. You. I thought it'd be just far enough, to be honest. That's why I didn't roll a second time. Alright, you little gremlins. Oh, that's Flame of the Red Mains, not the other one. Not Flame Strike. Screw you. But yeah, I actually like a lot of other Dex weapons, mainly. Though, that'll actually help. Obviously not opposed to using what's good for him, just, I have my preferences. If I had a character that would specialize in claws, you know, that would be more my preference. Claws, whips, you know, give me Simon Belmont. Give me Simon Belmont the character. I want a Nightfarer that is like a weapon master that goes between like whips, axes, like the stuff you would kind of normally not see together. And I'm not saying what with this character? I've got the best weapon right here in my opinion. I love the Urumi. At least out of the Dex weapons. Ooh, you know what also? Give me discount Darth Maul. We have Twin Blades in the game. I want a Darth Maul moveset with them now. Since they're going to be giving us unique movesets. He's really just trying to jump off that ledge there. Okay. Well, I'll just take the improved physical attack power. I'm really quick gonna go check the secret back here. And then we go fight the Red Wolf, I guess. Trying to mess me up. Trying to trip me up there, Hardy. That was you. I actually hit. Yep. I just was guessing since you're the main one chatting there that it would be you. Lucky guess on my part. Okay. It's kind of bad because I don't have many of my flasks yet before I'm gonna have to go into something for the whole of day 2 basically. But this should be fine still. Really? Okay, you know what? Wolf versus wolf monstrosity thing. Why not? There we go. Why does it feel like you can never or do the critical strike on these things? Alright. Just die already for me. What with the magic? What with the zoning? I mean, better katana for this? Okay. What do we have over there? Ignored. He can stay over there. He doesn't exist. He can't hurt us. I don't even need that. Go ahead and check this. Yeah, this isn't gonna be a great night one, but hey. Let's see here. Fists are sadly mainly strength weapons, so let's just buy this, well, so we don't have to remember it later. Let's get this. Let's jump up. And I go for sleep. I could go for the Nightfarers there, but... actually we're going for that fire camp. Could I reasonably make it there? Actually. Maybe? It's a big ask, but... Alright. Okay, you know what? The stance here is actually kind of working against me. Yeah, that rune bears are still awful tanky for bosses. I feel like they're another one you just don't want to mess with. Obviously, that one's asleep. But, like, I was trying to deflect there, and he was just hitting over my guard. There we go. I at least want some of these souls here. Because they give them all out as chunks, so just get that little, stimmy here. Like that little bit there. Okay, I don't see the initial way to solve that. It's probably jumping up onto it. That was a bad first night. Luckily, this place is going to be stacked the second night. So if I beeline it over there... I want to say the game normally tries to cover the whole map when it comes to... when it comes to, like, spawning the circles. At least that's what I've noticed. But it won't put it in Noxtella. I should have enough time, even if I don't... what's it called? Even if I don't get both flasks, if I get... just get the one that's close to... or Noxgladio. or whatever it is. As long as I get that, it should be good. Okay. For benefit of whips. We don't have too much stance break. Hey, Datello. You do have range to make use of here. And this one at least has a thrusting attack. There we go. What for? Hmm? What did Tello ever do to you? I had to tell him. Oh, hopefully he didn't actually do anything to him. Okay. Ah. So he left Brian on speed dial. I gotcha. You know what? I was about to say. I hate fighting this thing. Especially first here. Alright, you. Can I? There we go. Yeah, it does, honestly. I say, as it basically does nothing there. Or are you talking about the Urumi? The Urumi does a lot of damage. In normal Elden Ring, it's actually one of the hardest hitting dex weapons, especially on that right there. The Urumi's like one of those weapons that you don't see often, but when you do, you have to be very careful. Because also you can see just how far ranged it is. It doesn't normally. The Urumi is one of the few exceptions. Alright, I still had one more flask. There we go. Get those style points for getting the parry on pulling the weapon out. Alright, you know what? There we go. And just go beast mode here. Going on a little bit of a rampage, challenge him. Man, it's really wanting to lean me into that. You know what? Sure. But yeah, the Urumi's like one of those weapons that it's like one of the few dex weapons I actually like. And I actually like the fact it's a blue weapon because it means you get it very often in this. But I want to say normal Elden Ring is like one of the higher scaling S's for dex weapons. as well. Like, it is one of those that'll just hit like a truck. Especially for a whip. And this was before the DLC, mind you. After, well... we don't talk about after. But yeah, the whips as a whole, actually... You know, fair point. I need to do that too, actually, because I don't think I've done everything in Elden Ring, or like gotten all the achievements. And I have been meaning to return, because I played Shadow of the Erdtree once on, like, when it came out, but as much as I normally gripe about Elden Ring, I've actually been having a kind of a mood for it after this game. Please give me that max health. Okay, we need to go over to this. I'm definitely not going to end at level 15 here. But I want to at least end at, like, level 12 with a decent weapon. At least I don't think I'll hit 15. I feel like I wasted too much time on the first day. But yeah, I've been having, like, the itch to go back and play Elden Ring. Probably partially because of this game. Actually, probably all because of this game. Oh boy. You know what? Get over here. We're gonna use this real quick, actually. Okay, you. Wait, where is he shooting? How are you shooting through the tent? Also, they did not care about the whip. That is one downside of whips. No. Okay. The Recluse isn't even using their spells. They're using glintstone shards and just spamming them. Like, what the heck? Okay, you know what? Yeah. And the game knows it too. Look at this. Okay, you know what? No, this isn't worth it. I shouldn't be spending the time here. Because I need to get my flask and head into Nocladio. Though, that is kind of busted. The fact she can just sit there and spam glintstone scraps is kind of crazy. Because she's just sitting there clicking the button. Every now and then throwing spells out, but she's mainly just going crunch on those stones. Watch, the thing is, she's just been chewing on those, like, you know, all the actual intelligence has left that Recluse's body, and it's been replaced with crystal. Just solid crystal from all the crystal being consumed there. Alright, let's actually put that scythe on as well, in case I swapped it. Because there's actually a chance I do use the scythe there. That would be another character. You know what Revenant needs? We need Revenant with a special moveset. It's a shame. She gets Fride's outfit, but she doesn't have a scythe moveset. Exactly. Or, you know, considering it's a Recluse and also the color of the magic, you could technically argue she killed us with blue balls. Little blue balls there. Yeah, that Loretta's always good. I feel like Loretta's always there. Not Gladio's here. It's a true statement, alright? There's nothing weird about it. Because, you know, the glintstone scraps do produce these small... Yep. That's the one saving grace here. That means a very high chance for a legendary. Okay, well, I have a fire weapon. I don't know if I necessarily want to be taking more damage, though luckily in this game it's only 3%, so it's not really anything. I actually want to go this way. The reason you go this way, at least initially here, is this guy right back here. He doesn't always spawn day one. We're doing this because he has Death Blight. Not that I plan on getting hit that much, but hey. Okay. Sure. I agree. It's time to bonk things. What class were we again? I can't even use it properly here. Is the best part. But yeah, as you can see, those guys are very much worth killing. I think they've actually dropped me more legendaries than most of the other bosses in this area. Because I've gotten both, now that, I've gotten the Eclipse Shuttle from them. I've gotten Bastard Stars from the Spear Wielder up at, right in front of the boss room. I feel like they have a huge weighted drop for legendaries for how easy they are to kill, especially. We're gonna skip out on this troll right here, even though it would be a good idea. I am gonna deal with the page here. Alright. Quit. Quit it. Thank you. Use the charge power attack for the range because of how flighty this character is. And so it actually staggers. And just whip it a little bit. Okay. Stamina is actually pretty good. There's the headless troll, that's whatever. Really? Alright. Got her ult. Good. I'm just trying to get some, maybe an extra level or two here. Okay. Alright. That's one. Other one's right here. Come on. Let's see what we get. Affinity attack. Wasn't enough. I'm gonna have to be very quick here. I don't even know if I can actually clear this in time, but I want to try. That's not a good sign. Yeah, no, okay. That's not happening. Oh, that is bad. We luckily got a legendary. I'm not getting the free extra revive here. What we're gonna do... I am gonna go for the Dragonkin here. I'm trying to think... Yeah, let's use this. I hate the camera sometimes here. Alright. There we go. Oh, did it? It didn't play... Okay, Don't worry. Any of them that don't play, I'll refund. That's awful. Okay, what's... It literally was working just a moment ago. Hold on. Also, that is absolutely atrocious. I cannot be losing levels here, but... Hey. Man, that was just... I got Marika's hammer, but that was not worth it. I am dead. With a capital D. Alright, let's see. It actually didn't even... Okay, hold on. You guys will get refunded here on the night transfer. Okay, really? I'm just sitting here mashing, like, while looking over. It was literally working just a moment ago, too. Oh. One night. You get overnight refunds, alright? Okay, I didn't land the second one. Hey. You know what? Ow. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm dead in one hit. Yeah, I'll reset the browser extension here in a moment, too. That's the hope. I mean, at the same time, also, that means that I don't have to worry about my stamina so much if I do that. As long as, you know, I do actually parry everything. You can calm down, please. Thank you. You know, if I can parry it, I will, alright? There. Okay, it was just 3 to 5 days for your guys' orders there. Apparently, is what it was. I hate these knights. Also, hey Neo, now. Jeez. How's it going? Okay, you. This is literally the true boss right here. Alright, true boss down, now just the fake one here. Mr. Pegleg himself. Alright, you. I'm gonna need you to calm down. Alright. Go ahead and do that. There we go. I didn't see his face transition. Well. Alright, we have one more run with Executor. As voted on. Let me also go ahead. Alright, real quick. Okay, Twitch is just messing up as a whole, it feels like. Let's see here. I can't... They don't show up there, so let's just do... We'll go right back in a moment here. Alright. Oh, seriously, well. Didn't realize I couldn't actually refund the Tangia stuff. So, instead, what we'll do... I'm just, like, looking through to see if anyone's got any, stuff they've requested that works, you know, as a refund option here. In the meantime, from stuff, let's see. Go ahead and do those. Alright. And... let me reload Tangia again here. I know, it's just... I always hate when something breaks us and, like, takes people's points. Alright, let's do that. That may work. Alright.
Come here, I'm gonna eat you! Get in my belly!
I think that's what Gaping Maw's war cry is. Alright, nice. Go ahead and grab these for any bonuses that may apply to me. Alright. He is a cool boss. The fact they start him immediately... Ooh, actually, hold on. I have a use for that one. The fact they immediately start him in Phase 2, I feel like actually helps him. Also, nice. Shifting Earth again.
Oh, no. Anyway.
There we are. Well, they're working now at least. Alright, we at least got the stone key right. Get out of the way. Yeah. Alright, that can be tossed. That can be tossed. We'll go ahead and take that. Alright. Give me something good. Calm down there for a moment. You're not the star of this show. And that works. Let's go ahead and equip that. Wait. I didn't say that had frostbite on it. I don't have that on. For a second there it was saying like this had frostbite. Oh, wait, no, magic damage from the... Never mind. That was the magic damage from the grease. I always forget that it does show up on the weapons in the stat screen. That feels very weird to me in some ways. What did you die to? Let's go with this. And we'll head into the camp here. Mr. Pumpkinhead can play with himself over there while we look for the knights. Don't tell me one's literally right there following him. No good. Here's one. Okay, really? Oh, that's part of the thing I dislike is any little hit, so like those little soldiers can stagger you with dex weapons sometimes. Sure. Just don't get hit, but still. There we go. Alright, you. I don't know why I thought I could get around his shield there. There we go. He's flaming the red mains again, just for the bit of damage that he can't, or like push back. And where's the final one? Not there? There he is. Okay. I'm not welcome here, I see. Also, my headset just died on me without warning. Oh, ooh. That's not good. Alright. Well. I get the no audio treatment here for a moment. Alright, we at least get our souls back. While I'm running here, I don't know where I'm going, necessarily. But, you know, we'll run off, away from the ring. Okay, we have something to go for. Let me just... It won't be perfect routing, but it'll have to do. Oh. Aw, so close. You can get up on top of those. I was gonna go for a quick weapon here. Quick weapon swap. There we go. Audio's back for me, at least. For you guys, you probably didn't notice anything. But hey, now you can jump scare me again if you see an opportunity. Alright. We'll go ahead and grab this while we're here. We do have bosses up in this plateau area, which I'm definitely going to have to hit one here. I am not going in there. I have learned my lesson. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, so I'm going in here. I'm not going in here, probably. Alright. You know what? This is probably actually more efficient here. And safer. I do like you can use that without having it actually unlocked here. Okay. Come on. Just drop already. There we go. Alright, you. All you get out of here. Let's see. That actually works. We'll go ahead and remove that. Probably don't need that. Okay, that's whatever. Let's go for the church right here and the boss that'll be nearby. And we'll go for those to try and get something out of this. You know, in some ways a better start than last time, in others not so much. Or sorry, the first time technically, not the last time. Alright. So we got that. I mean, I could get a frostbite weapon here too. Actually, I probably should do this because they're weak to fire and we've got fire. So at the very least, yeah, it's still not worth two-handing that. I guess there is a stance damage increase, but hey. The DPS loss is kinda not worth it, but at the same time, well then. Sure, why not? We're a strength character, right? Oh boy. Yeah, no, we're just gonna go with this. Also, of course, it's up there. Alright. Real quick, what do we have down here? So I can at least see it. I want to see what we're getting into down here. Because this is a pretty good one to go for. Okay. Well. I've made a bit of a mess there. That's gonna be a little bit awkward. That's a future me problem. Current me is just going to, go to that rift and, you know, say hi. If we see a, what's it called? An Iron Eye or like an Executor, I probably do want to do the fight. Also, oh, nice, Nealon. On Xbox? Because while I do prefer playing solo over, like, with randoms, I will play with you guys if you... Awesome! Okay. So, a few of us then at least have this on Xbox. Mongrel does. You do. I think Boom does. Leaves us a few options. Ooh. Hold on. Alright. We're not killing that quickly, but we at least got some damage in. Whew. God, just leave me alone. Leave me alone, demon. Holy crap. But yeah, a few of us have it on Xbox then. What do you mean? Then we've got to deal with the jank of the bosses, like, just going wherever they feel like. Okay, Duke Steer Freya. That's not too bad. Worst part about it is this guy spawning. Not bad, all things considered, even with him. But yeah, I'm always down to play with viewers, so... Especially if they fix the issue of it being very hard to find a third when you have two people. Because yes, that was an issue for a while. You know what? Why am I not doing this? Alright. You calm down. You know what? If I can even hit the face here. Yeah, it's not happening. Okay. There we go. Got the fire weapon out just in time. Get off me. Ow. I like this. The random spiders make this a little bit more awkward here. Alright, well that head's distracted. Okay, well. There we go. Alright, off with this head. surprised. Okay. Probably should lock on here. Well, I'm trying to make heads roll, but the heads keep going out of range. So we're just doing this instead. You know what? Flame in your face. In fact, no heads have rolled. Unfortunately. Just a bit of extra damage on him. Okay, so... Well, I'd like to do this. I feel like it's a waste of time compared to getting down here and fighting some bosses. Tree Sentinel and Godskins being the main ones. Yeah, sadly. Trust me, that is still my biggest sticking point. I wish they had fixed it before releasing this, but... Well... Yeah, they are. That is what Dark Souls 2's, like, that's what it was supposed to be like for Dark Souls 2, funnily enough. Where you had, like, the torch was supposed to be a bigger part. Some of the games, and, some game engines don't actually work well with setting up crossplay is part of the reason why. Like, they're just not built to handle it. Technically, From's engine is, like, you know, from what some of you guys have told me and from what I understand, From's engine is not the best for it. Oh, don't you do the roll? Thank you. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Come on. Bring it on. Alright, we'll take the souls because I really need it. Alright, we have Tree Sentinel right here, which is awesome. Though, he is resistant to both of my weapons. But he's not resistant to Claw. Yeah. Because you're not going off a server. You're, well, not a true server. You're going off of basically like a facsimile of one. Where it's technically a server, but it doesn't have the same functionality. And it can be harder to keep the connection stable. Okay, you. Oh. Not saying it's impossible. There's a couple peer-to-peers that do. Yeah. Well, when I'm saying servers, I'm meaning like, so for crossplay, when I talk about that, I'm more meaning like, for peer-to-peer at least. Technically you do have the servers from like Microsoft and that, more so. But yeah, you are correct, like, they themselves don't use any kind of server. There we go. Which actually, in some ways, I think makes it slightly harder. I'm taking this. We're gonna replace that. Alright. I got my weapon I'm going with. Also, we have Endure on this. Ooh. I don't have the souls for it, so we're gonna go to not Gladio. And I'm just going to have to say screw this flask because I really need the extra time here. It's only one flask, and I can get my health back from guarding and from unlocking the blade. So it's not the worst thing. Also, it shows just how uncomfortable I am with most of the normal dex weapons. That I can first time kill the Gaping Jaw with Raider. But, like, I can barely get to Night 3 with Executor, it feels like sometimes. Of course, that could be just because I'm not used to katanas mainly. And making proper use of his skill, too. Alright, let's just use Endure for the last bit here. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and replace that Finger Seal. I don't think we're going to be running into a Revenant. So I can probably get rid of this. That's the whole reason I was keeping that, by the way. But yeah, trust me, I do really wish this was crossplay. Who knows? Maybe they'll pull some black magic. Considering... Well, actually, their next project is Switch exclusive, so actually... They don't exactly have the best incentive. But... You know, for the game after this next one, they may want to. Who's... I didn't see the boss down there. I wonder who that is down there, because there's a enhanced boss, and we should have seen it, I think. You can see the bosses from actually pretty far. So what point are you at in Elden Ring right now, Hardy? I'm guessing going out the cave comment, probably the Beast Cave, with how that's like one of the darker caves, actually, funnily enough. If I'm not mistaken. Why does it feel like you always get the wrong attribute weapon? Yep, okay. I figured that's where you were. But why is it it seems like you always, like without fail, get the wrong attribute for your character, for your, like, weakness weapon. I hit to use my ult there. And instead it just had me do the power attack. But, that's a pretty good, actually, idea to summon for a torch. Now, the real question, do you think the other person will, or do you think they'll be expecting you to have it? Okay. This is not a good sign of things to come. Of course, I'm being surrounded by tons of the little guys there. But still. And yes, I do have my ult, I know that. I'm pretty sure I also took counterattack damage there. For a little bit of it. Alright, you. Alright, really, you guys? Calm down. That's enough of that. We'll take the clinging bone. And we'll just head this way. We'll go the way I don't normally go. You know, thought. Did they update the clinging bone to work in this? Can I just grab an enemy? You know, and just like suck their soul out of them? Hold on. Do black knives normally count for that? I guess they would, probably. I was wondering if they maybe made it work better in this. You know what, for the funnies. There is a Revenant here. I should have kept that, but whatever. There's literally a Revenant, like, right down here. Alright. Okay. I wasn't sure if, like, since, you know, they had done stuff like the whips, can actually, like, get crits in that. If they had maybe adjusted Lifesteal Fist, since it's a little weird they have the weapon that can only spawn with it. As, like, it's set to always have it. Don't care. We win. Okay, he moved out of it, but still. Let's just go ahead and use this real quick for the stagger. I almost wonder if it'd be better if this thing unlocked. It probably would be. It's probably better for me to just go, screw it, I'm fighting this on... Where did it put me? What the heck is this game? Really? All the way back here? Whatever. We'll be able to hit a Site of Grace. And I should be able to make it back. Alright. At least we got a good weapon. Ooh. Slight idea. I can get 2 of these. If I'm willing to risk a level. I can get 2 of these to, make use of. Because we do have the relic off to the left-hand side. And it should be close enough, as long as I run by stuff. should be able to make use of it. Let's see, what's my damage with this? It's not super high. Sure. Can I get the actual stat details here? Okay, and so this just has the normal blood loss side effect. Alright. Or like blood loss power increase. It doesn't have the super special stuff some of the other legendaries have. Get down from there. All of you get down. Alright. Man. If there's one thing I do have to complain about Executor, it's the fact its ult feels so bad sometimes to actually make use of. There we go. Okay, good. I did wait on the ground long enough. Not that time. Alright, you. Ooh, nice. Also, is this healing me on blood loss? Or is that just the post-damage, like, taking effect there? Because I noticed it is giving me a bit more. It could also just be this weapon is... Okay, yeah, it's just the weapon is very good for the post-damage restore. I need to... kill this guy. Do I have enough? I do. Whatever. I'm gonna see if it works on him. I don't remember if it worked on Crucible Knights normally. Okay. Don't throw to do it. Well. Didn't think he'd aim up. I'm sorry. Okay. I am not feeling Executor today, clearly. I should have just stuck with the block. And just parried him to death. Holy crap. Alright. I'm gonna get up and stretch. I'm gonna let you guys vote for just a little bit here. How much I suffer again. I can't believe I did that badly. With an amazing weapon. It's greed. I know what it is. I'm being very greedy because I'm not comfortable with the character. And his skill, because his skill... Honestly, activating the skills... is... The binding is fine normally, But because of the input queuing that Elden Ring had an issue with, it can actually cause some extra issues, I feel like. I should have technically set this up right beforehand, but I wasn't expecting to die on night 2 again. Yeah, because it's why I don't trust some of the skills like Executors as much, where you're meant to swap in and out of it. Um, it leads to it where, like, the input buffer will actually screw you over. Alright. It doesn't happen too much, I will admit. It's not always there, but it happens. You know what? Fair point. When it comes up, it definitely screws you over. Unless there's only one scenario where it doesn't, and that's where you were already attacking, and when the boss was staggered. And even then, it doesn't help you. But yeah, we'll be right back here in a moment while you guys vote. I'm just gonna get up and stretch, you know, and everything. Try and work out why I'm so bad all of a sudden. Yeah, we'll run an ad during it just so there's no pre-rolls for anyone when they get back, just in case, because Twitch is being a bit iffy. But I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Alright, we're back. Or at least we're about to be. I gave you guys plenty of time to vote. Let's see who I'm forced to play. We'll wait. It should have let people vote. Oh. A three-way split. A three-way tie. Alright. The dice comes out. Okay, so 1 and 2, Recluse. 3 and 4, Iron Eye. 5 and 6, Revenant. I don't know what it is yet. That is a 4. So we do Iron Eye. Let's go ahead and roll for the last two. 1, 2, 3, Recluse. Actually, we'll do 1, 3, 5, Recluse. 2, 4, 6, Revenant. And what do we get? Okay. Well. So it will go Iron Eye, Recluse, Revenant. You guys are really telling me to get good, aren't you? With the low health characters here. I do like Iron Eye. I just don't like Iron Eye with a bow. So I'm going to be playing him as a melee character, which he actually works really well as. I'm just trying to look and see here. Definitely want that for quick kills. I'm definitely swapping this one out. What? You don't like the Dark Souls 2 outfit? Oh, thank you. There we go. But yeah, we can use the yellow outfit. I do like this one, actually. It's one of the better default character skins. Alright. And we do have a shifting earth underway. Alright, and you know what? At the same time, I've proven I can beat him with Raider. But fair enough. Can I survive the Everdark Night? Yes. No. You guys get 20 minutes with your votes. Go. That's the vote for this run. And by that, I mean, do I beat this run? For those maybe questioning it. Or not knowing what the Everdark part means. That is what the Night Lords are called. Which, by the way, did you guys see what the patch notes said for the, other enhanced Night Lords we're getting after this? Because they've already shown in the patch notes which ones it's gonna be, between. For these first couple. I have some mixed feelings about it going off of, what it is in some ways. Darkdrift Knight. One of the people considered one of the hardest, bosses. But yeah, it's Pest, Darkdrift Knight, and Gaping Jaw were the first ones. Yeah, I'm wondering how he's gonna go. Alright, let's go ahead. Make use of that. Yeah, that dash right there is why I like Iron Eye more. The fact that's a stamina-less dodge, I feel like is a better defensive tool than Executor, but to be fair, I also need to get good with Executor, clearly. His health pool just feels so... I know he's got a B in health, but it feels like he's got the caster level health pool sometimes. Of course, at the same time, I'm someone who plays the Guardian, Wilder, and Raider mainly. So, I'm not exactly someone who should be judging health pools and what they feel like, I guess. Sure, we'll take the Omen Cleaver. It's still mainly a strength weapon, but at least gives me some melee potential here. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna hit this Evergal. We're gonna hit this one right here. Then we're gonna try and make our way up to this one in time. But I only have the one key. So, you know, no guarantees there. I saw that pickled foot. Also, that's another thing. I've been getting a surprising lack of pickled feet between these runs. When I remember to check, of course. It's my own fault when I don't check, but when I do, you know, I expect a little bit of something. Alright. Let's go ahead and do this. Well... Hey, Tovsky. We did indeed bonk the Night Lord.
This is fine. I'm okay with the events that are
at least
unfolding
once.
currently.
We're trying to see if I can do it with another character here now. So far, not so much luck. How are you doing today? That was indeed fine. I don't know what you guys are screaming about there. Godskin Nobles just... Or Godskin, what's it called? Whatever the skinny one is. Pikachu wanna be there, it's just fine. Dude, awesome! That game looked like a whole lot of fun. I'm not huge on... Actually, that one's more Mario and Luigi than Persona. So actually, I may actually like that one. But I also know at the same time, I've been playing a lot of longer RPGs recently, and can't guarantee I'd finish it. Yeah, the art direction looked amazing. I should say finish it in a timely manner. Alright, there we go. Oh, wait, I skipped out on the reward. It'll be fine. I think that's 2 times in a row we've seen a poison troll sword. Okay, Royal Revenant. Yeah, it's... because it's got that similar combat style to the Mario Brothers games, which I actually do like. I actually like those games a lot. There's where the stamina-less dodge really comes in handy. There we go. I should probably upgrade my bow, if I can, before the second day. Because I haven't found a better weapon here. Just yet. Take that. Alright. Actually, this is normal giant here. Take headshots. There we go. No, you don't. No, you don't. Eat headshots for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Okay, good. Okay, so next place. We jump up here, we get a key, we go here, get our flask. Hey, not only is this a bleed whip, Ditello, so it's actually also a very good whip. Whips are fine. I just really wasn't feeling that first one since we couldn't get a good legendary for our character. Second one was just me playing badly. But that first one, I'm sticking by it. Alright, let's actually use this. Let me pass. There we go. There. We have no reason not to do this. Neither of those are important, so I'm just going to leave them. We're going to go for this. I'm going to try and clear this if I can. And we should be good to go. Let's see. But yeah, the active combat, that's why I'd liken it more to Mario, like the Mario and Luigi games, because those games had, like, they're turn-based, but they are not a slow-paced turn-based at all. It really demands a lot sometimes from you, actually, when it comes to what you're actually, like, dodging. This may be more worth it here. Alright. Oh, well. This is actually probably a bad time. I just got blasted. We got very good damage though, so I can definitely... We'll definitely be able to, do this here. Even before the night closes in. Let's just do this preemptively. If I can, I need to eat this pickled foot right as we're about to kill it. Both of them, actually. This is like, you can see the night and day difference with how I'm much more comfortable with Iron Eye here. Even just playing a melee. That is absolutely atrocious here. I hate the golden land. Like when they use it. Thank you. That should kill. That did. Okay. This. Die quickly. Thank you. I hate you sometimes, game. Give me that on the Bonk character on Revenant. Don't give me that on... Well, actually, I could still make it work on this character, but it's not the same. At least I got the inflict blood loss on low HP. I'm pretty sure was the passive we got there. I didn't actually really look. But that's at least a very good passive here. But yeah. For those who don't know, by the way, that weapon is actually a pretty good one. It just applies a constant defense down to the enemy. We could get a Poison Rusty Anchor, too. Just really sell it there. Okay. Looks like Duke's Dear Freya again. Hope no one's afraid of spiders. Or this creepy guy. Can you quit? Accept your death. Alright. Did I just stagger the spider by running into it there? You can! Well. They really, didn't want to make those spiders threatening. Not that they are really threatening to begin with. Just go ahead and, hit the spider delete button there. Alright. Go ahead and use that to dash through. That's one head down already. So if you don't actually destroy the head, it doesn't do the phase transition for Duke's Dear Freya. Because the last time we actually didn't destroy either of the heads and didn't get the debuff here. So if you use, like, crits a lot, that can actually be pretty good. Okay, we'll go with this just because it's about the only thing that affects me. Alright. We'll get our talisman here. Hope for something good. Not even gonna bother with that. I should go ahead and deal with the perfumer here. It is the perfumer, so it's an easy boss. I need a poison weapon. So why not? I would love some poison claws. Are they real? Eh. I don't think so. I mean, I've got to beat the Night Lord still. As long as you had faith in me, of course. If you didn't have faith, well, maybe. Someone may be getting a bit of a payout if anyone else voted. I haven't actually taken a look there. Your points are fine then. All who trust in me generally get their points. Alright, we have a heal for the Revenant on that side, in case I don't think I'll have the time here. I want to be grabbing this. I actually don't know if I want to go for the boss there. We'll see what it is. Jeez. Really went all in. Holy crap. We'll see. We'll see. There we go. Okay, really? There we go. Give him the whip. Take that freeze pot for later. Okay. Well then. I don't know why I keep getting ultra great weapons, but sure. Okay, Tree Sentinel. Good boss. I feel like we've been here before. Alright, you. No. There we go. Why did it? My crit? Okay, fine. We'll just pop you like that. Alright. Let's quickly deal with their Tree Sentinel friend here. Bit of a jump scare right as we start the fight. Alright. Give him the whip. And the dagger. Kind of dove right into that one. Come on, big guy. Bats, I don't need you involved. These bats, holy crap, they are my nemesis and my nightmare. Why? I mean, that's about the same as just dealing with normal Tree Sentinel. You actually, in some ways, get more openings against him. Though he does hit a little harder. There we go. Actually... I want to keep that, but... Can you... Go away. We'll go ahead and remove that. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly... There we go. This is an amazing find. So... That gives me a very good weapon art to make use of. We're gonna take the, we're gonna run, like, past most of the bosses except for the black knives on our way through Nakaladio. I think. But yeah, this thing right here is amazing. Its weapon art does a lot of damage on things with large hitboxes. And, well... we may be going against someone with a very, very big hitbox. A couple summons, in fact. Did I just hear... Oh. Probably just the boss in that camp there. Alright. Really? I guess that makes sense in some ways. Because, our Night Lord friend, Hollister, he carries like, the Great Rune. Or, like, a full rune, basically. So that actually makes sense and lines up. I can see that. It's actually quicker to go this way, in my opinion. So we're gonna go this way. Oh. I think this is definitely a parallel universe, by the way. Because the Erd Tree is actually already fallen, now that I think about it. Because you have the Executor's quest, like, Remembrance quest line, where they're basically trying to keep the last little bits of the Erd Tree alive. So, this is, like, parallel with... Don't mind me over here just phasing through the walls. I think something weird happened there. Alright, there we go. Let's go ahead and do this. Alright, you. Quit trying to get your buddies involved. I don't know what caused that, by the way, but I'm just happy I didn't fall to my death out of the map there. That, I'm not gonna lie, spooked me just a little bit. At least, if I can't kill Estelle, we're going for that guy over there. You know, just breaking the game for old time's sake and all that. Alright, Estelle. Of course you would do this. Alright, you. Burn for me. Burn. You giant bug skeleton galaxy thing. This is gonna hurt, but it's worth it. Okay, that's a good death there, because it allows me to get full FP back before the night closes in. What? Why? Well, that just killed it. Yeah, this shifting earth feels like it's rather rare. I don't know why it just put me all the way over here, by the way. If it had put me at the other side of Grace, the one we were at, even, that just made it worse, but this would be fine. But the fact it threw me all the way back here is probably going to make it to where I can't kill him. Yeah. I'm just going to barely be able to get my souls. And deal with this guy here real quick. Really? Well, I feel like it should go, even when it's about to be night, it should throw you at... I know why they did it like that. It's because night spawned and this guy was so close to it here. I would love to be able to just kill him, but I know I don't have... it's not going to be consistent to do it. So we're just going to leave him. I would like my enhanced revive, but I'll take just this. Yeah, that's what I would like. To where I can choose to respawn. Say, in, like, that arena. Well, not that arena, but, like, at the Grace. Or I can choose to spawn further. Yeah, I'll be able to make it in time. I may even actually want to die as we get in to refill flasks. If I don't have a site of Grace nearby. That's useless to me, but whatever. Because I'm not going to be guarding. Let's see. Yeah. You know what? Since there's no site of Grace I could get to in time, we do that, and I don't have to get those levels till after. Alright. There we go. Go ahead and use that to finish him off. And he gets the fire whip. I thought I had enough range. That poke always gets me, I feel like. Because he does a running charge into you. I shouldn't have trusted it. But I don't know why the Crucible Knights are just giving me a lot of trouble, it feels like, today. Take it. Alright, you. Also, I did grab my... Really? I was trying to see if I could check my inventory there. Yeah, I did grab my extra grace here. Gonna have to get used to not grabbing those for the deathless runs. Because I'm pretty sure for the purpose of a deathless run, you can't even count going down to use those. It is literally you get one life. Which means I also need to unlearn a lot of my bad habits when it comes to bosses. Take the whip to the eye. And take the little bit of fire to tickle the underbelly. I need that max health. For what we're about to be experiencing, I need the health. I need all of it I can get. Okay. Now, where did it put my runes? Not a horrible spot. That should at least be... Well, it's not over yet, Tatello. I still gotta make it through Gaping Jaw. We have to survive the whole of this. Alright. We at least have a good chance, though. I am definitely grabbing these. I do have poison. I see someone doesn't have faith in me. Or I guess I should say someone's dice don't. Alright. Take a swig of the good stuff. Finish it off. Follow it up with a bit of tea. And here we go. I mean, this could be much worse, to be fair to Tello. Dual whips are not actually something to scoff at. Okay, I didn't trust myself to dodge that there, so... Really? But they have a relatively quick jumping attack here. Alright, come on, big guy. There we go. I'm glad I figured out a trick for dodging him consistently. Now, if only he would stay nearby. Alright, you. Go ahead and use that. Nope. I should have used my dash there. A dash actually would have ensured I don't get caught by that. Don't catch me in this. Didn't realize he'd immediately get the lightning. Of course, I'm not getting any bleed build-up, by the way. Really? I'm trying to pop that bubble, by the way. Or the mark, I should say. That's why I'm honestly being a little too aggressive. Oh, this is not a good sign. Oh. You know what? I should probably one-hand this. Now that I think about it, I probably will do more stagger damage. That's a cool looking move, but man, does that freak me out seeing it. Let's just get, okay. Yeah. That's what I'm waiting for, honestly. There we go. I'm very curious. I'm imagining they're going to go in the order they said in the patch notes. Holy crap. I knew this was going to be bad, but jeez. Okay, nice. Get back here. Not like that. Ow. Okay. Come on, big guy. Yeah. Cool. Okay, he's doing the tornado. No, he's not doing the tornado again. The lightning really sounds good in this. Just back it up. I was just looking to see if I should maybe, you know, consider a few somethings. Alright. Come on. Okay. Nice try. Okay, I do have another flax. Come on. Come on. Whew. Nope, no, 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 no. You're not allowed. Still not able to become a pirate. I'm sorry to hear that, Frizz. No one should ever go or be forced to go without being a pirate if they wanted to be one. How you doing? I don't have another Wind and Grace. You know, that was a good attempt. I almost had him.
Come here, I'm gonna
Yeah, I
eat
may have
you.
ended up in Gaping Jaw's
Get
belly.
in my belly.
Well, Datillo, you guessed correct. Yeah. Now the real question. Honestly, that wouldn't be so bad. I wonder if he's fire resistant. I did have a poison weapon I could have upgraded and used. Curved swords are not bad. Alright, it was Recluse next. Dual whips are actually very good for fixing like the range issues some of the dex weapons can have. He is fire... well, I should have stuck with the Thorned Whip then. That actually explained why it was taking so long. Or that explains it. I always forget to use the Wraith Calling Bell. You know what? What do we have here? What's the question mark? I mean, he is a dragon, but not all the dragons are actually resistant to fire. I mean, you have ice dragons. And to be fair, he's a lightning one. Alright, let's see. Yeah, we're probably just best off with what we've already got. Yes, Frisk? What is up? Alright. I'm ready to be eaten once again. Alright. You know what? New poll. Same question. Sorry, not poll. We'll do it for the next one. Sorry. I had started a... Yeah, she's squishy but high damage. I'll start in just a second here when I get a chance. I mean, the next one's also squishy. So you still have an idea, or time to vote on squishies. And actually, no, I didn't do the corporate side, Frisk. I did the pirate side, the Holy Terran Confederation. You know, I wanted to become Starship Trooper. Pilled in the grand scheme of things. And I wanted that sweet, sweet minigun you get. That's really what it was. I got promised a minigun. That's good. It's not the best purple talisman, but it'll do. Alright. Let's go ahead and head to the Rise here. We're gonna be scouting a few things while we're going here. This one is the fake one? Yep. There we go. So what's been your favorite so far, Frisk? That's a pretty good one. Okay. Nice spells. Nice, a potential bonking stick, you know? Staff only bonk. So you like being part of a gang, I see. I saw who it was as soon as I got up there. The page just absolutely destroyed me. Okay. I see how it is. Yeah. That's how honestly, I wasn't super impressed with most of the companions. What? He just instantly... Okay, this... Maybe it's a good thing you guys didn't get to vote on this. I feel like I'm not ready for this. Just completely blasted the whole time. He's literally waiting. I turned the corner and he's already aiming at me. You know what? Not for me. Dude, it's going through the Kevlar vest. Those are explosive rounds, Hardy. I don't get the choice there. I just die. Alright, let's drop this. I'm going over here to the nicer poison camp. The one that won't just blast me into oblivion for looking in its general direction. It's literally the worst night. I am tempted to restart, but I won't. Not yet. Yeah, that's the nice camp here. I mean, it still hurts, don't get me wrong. I don't actually like restarting if I can help it. Like, this would be technically a good time to do so. But... eh. Okay, bats. I need to stop charging. I mean, that's fair. Fine. In the interest of a fair, a fair shake of it, and also so you guys get to actually vote, because I forgot the prediction here. Before, like, actually getting in. I accidentally started to set up a poll. Because I clicked the wrong one. I mean, to be fair, if I just threw the fireball instead of charging, like I have a bad habit of. Yes, Hardy, I know. I know I shouldn't be charging. And you can. But I know it's not going to go well. Oh, alright. Real prediction here. Alright. Yes, no. You guys get your 20 minutes. So. What kind of RPG? That's a big list. I like anything from your tactical style, like Final Fantasy Tactics, to Wasteland 3 to your more traditional turn-based. Top 10 of all time. These are going to share a spot because they are actually very similar in many ways. And they... Actually... That's a tough one if I'm going for all time. I would definitely say... I would definitely say number 1 is between Tactics Ogre and Final Fantasy Tactics. Like, just actual number 1 has to be those. Number 2, I would say, goes to... I'm, like, considering pure RPGs, because technically the Souls games could be considered an RPG, but I'm trying to leave out the action ones, because they don't always play like an RPG. Number 2 is actually a bit tougher, I would say. But I think it definitely has to go to... probably Baldur's Gate 3, actually. Baldur's Gate 3... 3 would be the Divinity 1 and 2, though they play a good bit different. They're very similar. Okay, that's useless. What was that one? Yeah, low HP. That one's useless. Number 4. Honestly, I would actually have to say the original Mario and Luigi Superstars. Like Superstar Saga. Though that one may be a lot of nostalgia. To be honest with you. That one may be a whole lot of nostalgia. Let's see. We're on 5, right? Let's see. You know, because of how it plays, while it is an action RPG and I said I was trying to avoid it, it's very different from a standard one. 5 would have to actually be a game called Outward. Just because of how unique it is. And, like, how much fun me and a buddy have had with it. It's gonna be, like, the one exception, because otherwise most of my... The reason I make the caveat of... I'm trying to exclude any action RPGs is because I feel like they would take over most of the list. And they kind of blend together, and I don't necessarily always like or prefer them because of the RPG elements. But number 6 would have to be Oblivion. Also, I am not fighting that this early. I just really enjoy... Out of all the Elder Scrolls, Oblivion was the main one that caught my attention. Goodbye. Yeah, I knew that was coming. I knew that one was coming. Oh, he's really trying for it. You're a... He aggroed from so far. And the fact it actually spawned me right in front of him is kind of insane. That's not okay. That is not okay, game. Alright. Number 7. I don't think I mentioned yet. Number 7 would have to be Wasteland 3. Wasteland 3 and 2, they kind of share the same spot, to be honest. Even though they're actually a good bit different, they're definitely up there. 8? I would have to go, or give it to... Honestly, probably the Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. At least, you know, may ask me on a different day. It may be slightly different for this list, by the way, because this is what I can think of right off the top of my head. But it's definitely one I do really enjoy, even if I haven't. Same with Kingmaker, but I can't in good faith say Kingmaker because I haven't actually beaten it yet. I've gotten to Act 3, and that's it. So I can't, in good faith, you know, say it. But Wrath of the Righteous definitely is up there. We'll go with that. That's probably the biggest help I can get here. Number 9. I'm trying to think of other RPGs I would definitely like have as ones I would definitely like always want to play, or like just even be my favorites. Let me see. Okay, that's at least a not so bad boss there. I was never big into WoW. Mainly because I had other things I was playing at the time and never really got into it, but I did enjoy it. And funny enough, I did actually start. I started with. Okay. Well. This is gonna be interesting. Sorry. I'm like... Yeah, I knew that was coming. I should have just accepted my fate. Yeah, WoW is very good, though. I never got big into it. Like that, to where I could say... I guess I did technically play a good bit of Cataclysm. I'd played a little bit of Burning Crusade, a little bit of... I'm guessing that's your pick for, like, favorite RPG, though? Hardy? The dogs, no. Honestly, you know what? I did really enjoy Look Outside. That's actually, I think, quickly made its way into favorites, to be honest. even for being an RPG Maker game, like, I thoroughly did enjoy it. Yeah, I'm gonna be one shot here at level 1 Recluse. And what would be number 10? And by the way, this whole list changes if I include action games. Or like action RPGs for one, well, technically 2 series. I play a few pure ones, but I don't play that many. And fair enough. Oh, hey, thank you for the souls back. And please don't one-shot me. Well, it wasn't a one-shot. I knew that was coming. I really should leave this alone. I need to go level up so I'm not getting one-shotted and so I can use my better spells. Because I've got a staff I actually really want to use, I just can't. And I'm just wasting time here. Yeah. Case in point. I need to just get this level up to... I'm going to be level 3. Crap. I can at least use them, but this is terrible. It's not helping I'm taking bonus damage, actually. Yeah, that was myself. You know what? One more reset. Prediction still goes, but this has been just scuffed. Oh, I normally wouldn't, but this is night 1 and I'm level 1. I've just been getting railed in the corner there. As for number 10, for me, for RPGs. I probably have one I could really just like list as an automatic one and I'm just not thinking of it right off the top of my head because I've played so many games. And so they all kind of blend together after a certain point when I'm thinking of favorites at least. Yeah, we'll leave that prediction up. This will be for this run. We have to make it out of night 1 for it to count. And well, that one wasn't even going to make it out of or into night 1. Honestly, I would have to say depending on if you count it as a... I don't know if I'd really consider it an RPG. Actually, you know what? Kingsfield. Because that's a dungeon crawler RPG that I actually thoroughly enjoy. And it's not really an action RPG so much as... It's a bit of a cop-out because it's not a traditional RPG, but... It's definitely one I could easily place there. In number 10. Alright. Yeah. I feel confident with that one being there. Alright, so what... That's a magma worm. I saw the wings. So that would be my, like, top 10 list I can think of, you know, trying to exclude action RPG games because they would actually dominate the list. For instance, most of the slots would be moved down, actually, and replaced with 2 big series at the top, if I was including them. Outside of Outward, at least. And that would be Dark Souls. Oh, you know what? Actually, wait. There's a big caveat. Take out my last entry. And at about the number 3 spot, put in Battle Brothers. I can't forget that one. I wasn't thinking about it because it's also not a normal kind of RPG. But that definitely goes up there. And actually Darkest Dungeon technically is, but it... Yeah, you know, it's hard for me to determine favorites, alright? Because sometimes I forget games are actually, you know, stuff like an RPG. Like, it's easy to forget with Darkest Dungeon because it almost feels like a puzzle game. Or just a turn-based battler. But it is an RPG. So yeah, the Darkest Dungeon would actually be probably 4, and Battle Brothers would be 3, because, yes, I actually do enjoy Battle Brothers, that much. I just wasn't thinking about it in the sense of it is an RPG. Alright, there we go. I mean, what the heck. We'll go ahead and do this. But there. There's my very scuffed list that I could probably do to revise. Yeah, like Darkest Dungeon, it does fall under RPG, but it's not a stereotypical one. It is a roguelike too, which, you know, I guess we could add the caveat of roguelikes being, you know, kind of like action RPGs there. I guess so. I guess, yeah, that is something to consider. Like, it's... The reason I would still consider it one, it's closer in, like, the RPG aspect to, like, some of the old Final Fantasies where it's, like, complete turn-based. It's very much an atypical RPG, but it's still there. Or you could, you know, it's just the RPG elements being featured heavily. Is another thing you could say, actually. It's a strategy game with RPG elements. So yeah, I guess I kind of do have to agree there. Alright. Use that to iframe that since I was stuck in the animation. Didn't realize I had built up that much madness still. Oh, there was a barrel there. You know what? We got the proper weapon for this run. Only thing better would be if it was infused with magic, but I'll take what I can get. But yeah. Karate Survivors. Why does that sound like a rogue-like version of Absolvers or Sifu? Why does that immediately make me think of that? And also, if it is... Oh, it's Vampire Survivor. You know what, fair enough. Those can be quite, you know, hard to put down. Oh, that is not happening. I don't have horrible damage, but I don't have that damage, or the damage needed for that right now. Oh! Interesting. Wait, it did? I still need to actually play Sifu. Add it to the ever-growing pile. But that's awesome. It's still getting like new stuff, even if it's just outfits. Okay, that's doable. Night 2 or day 2. I'm kind of okay. It's trolls up there. I don't know. It would be hard pressed for me, at least, to beat Absolvers when it comes to that. But again, I haven't played it myself. It's definitely up there. I love Absolvers, like, build your own combos or combo stuff. Okay. Well, hey, Totelo, you wanted Draconic Tree Sentinel? Also, I'm gonna get zapped by lightning here in a moment. And just die. Because, fun fact, as soon as you aggro him... Okay, I got lucky. Yeah, both, Sifu was their, like, game right after Absolvers, actually. That was literally their next game after it. Alright, you know what? Damage may not look like it's here, but that's because I'm low level. Big slam. Fair enough. I just got comboed from being stunned there. One hits, like, hit stunned me into the other's, strike. You know, one could also argue it's, using this big hammer, but I don't think that was it. I'm gonna accept it was hit stun. I don't remember if you could opt out of the online. I thought you could. Sometimes sometimes it can be awkward to, like, turn the offline parts of those kind of games off. Alright, let's heal up. There we go. Like, sometimes it can be, like, they don't tell you, obviously, you just have to kind of find it, or find out how yourself, in some cases. Bonk. In a way, Sifu is Totelo, because Absolver had a very complex martial art system. And they did, from what I saw of, like, Hardy playing it, while it's still very complex, it's being less complex. Because one big thing with Absolver is by the end, you could make yourself, like, just insane combos. Because you got to, you would unlock moves, and you would be able to mix them how you wanted. Where they would flow into each other. They would each have different effects. Each would go from a different direction. It was quite a bit. It can be bad in some cases, Tovsky. I do agree there. And, you know, it depends on how much you like the complexity, too, of the system, if you're gonna like it or not. Yeah. And it was a high learning curve. I will give you that, definitely. At least, it feels like it was. Definitely gonna need these. Actually, wait, I need that. I had this the whole time. I've literally been making this hard on myself for no reason. Yeah. That's fair as well. Alright, we'll go to... Well. I can't believe I had this, and I've been making this hard on myself here. I completely forgot, Automod is really weird, I will say. With what it does and doesn't want to, catch. Like, it feels like it's all over the place sometimes. Okay, we got Gaping Dragon. I was kind of waiting to see what enemies we got here. Alright. We have upgraded to Bonk Mage. Fear us. I don't even have the stamina to do a guard break there. Alright. Go ahead and grab that. The fact we don't even one-shot a normal rat. Alright. You big abomination. Give me that tail. Yeah, some language, like, there are some languages that, even when you don't understand, like, for me at least, I feel like this, even if I don't understand it, some of them just sound like they flow so well, or they have a unique, like, sound to them. Maybe it's, you know, coming from just, you know, it's exotic or something like that, but some really do feel, very unique and interesting. You know, this is still bonking, right? Just go ahead and do this. There, we got two bonking implements now. Alright, take some fire, Gaping Dragon. Didn't even make it close to him. That did catch me. Also, can I just say, like, sometimes certain languages just sound very different, and, like, I know this is more down to the actors and stuff, but, like, sometimes, even, like, say, for instance, in games, the delivery is another big thing where, like, you can swap to... Sometimes it's not even, like, the native language, but just some of them, the deliveries are so... Like, they fit the scene or something so much better. Or make it infinitely funnier. Like, a little bit different topic there, though. What reminded me of that is, oh, what was the scene in Hitman? That people always point out with that one. I want to say it's in German, funnily enough. For one of the Hitman scenes. But, well, I didn't even have the time to get over there. Like, it sounds very, let's just say, well delivered. Anti-Dragon actually could possibly be really good here. And you know, Tatello? That's a possible reason. But, like, there are some games where, like, for instance, I'll probably always stream stuff in English because most of my crowd, you know, has a shared language in English. But, at least in the first playthrough. But, like, the Metro series, for instance, in Russian or Ukrainian, sounds very different in both tone and everything. I am just randomly running in places here. What was right here? I know one was Magma Worm, one was, our good buddy, the, what's it called? The, malformed dragon. Or the dragon, sentinel. Yeah. Some of it's just like the delivery. Like, even in Stalker 2, the delivery sounds very different. And that's also a huge part for me, at least, when it comes to games, is, like, on determining it. If it sounds like, you know, decent in English, decent in all of them, I don't have much of a preference, but if there's one that has, like, just hands down, that has, like, much better delivery, obviously. At least in, you know, Ukrainian. It's okay in English, from, you know, what I played, but definitely wasn't, like, absolutely wild. Except, I will give credit to a few of them. Like Scar really sold it on the crazy, like, converted former Monolithian. Yeah, it's very memeable. With a few exceptions. There are some that are actually really good, like I said. Oh, wait, this is the white seal. There we go. Got it just in time there. Ooh. Wait, we already got that. Definitely gonna go with this. Sacred Twin Blade's probably gonna do better for me here. And give me a few more options. Should actually be a boss right over here that we can go to with the Stone Sword key as well that we have. Be a little bit more. I could get this one right here. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this one right here. I really wish I could find a better... Okay. At least he's not as tanky, but man. What is my luck with, like, the bosses out of these today? Okay, really? Okay, come on now. Fighting the camera here is like 90% of the battle with these guys. I should have just not charged it. Okay. Go ahead and just accept that. Whatever. I just need him dead. Night's closing in at the same time. Okay. Who took my soul? You... Give me those. Alright. Ow. Man. I didn't realize how much he stretched out to hit you there. Really? I hate those lingering hitboxes sometimes. I really do. And he just... Well, like, sometimes the lingering hitboxes aren't too bad. But, like, moments like that, you know, you really do hate them. You don't mind me if I take that. We've got safer ones to go for. I'm gonna go for the fort here. We had Red Wolf down bottom, right? I think we did. Which, he's actually probably my best bet here. To get some good power. Other than, you know, upgrading the Frenzy Flame Seal and going with that. I need something that's not fire. Just in case Gaping Jaw is resistant to it. Oh. Keeping that basically as a free shield talisman, by the way. For those wondering why I'm keeping, you know, that specifically. Alright, you. I was hoping I had enough health there. And of course it's trolls too, so now I know. I'm probably better off going with this. Just normal Black Flame. It's safer. It's not as efficient, but it's safer. Also, my souls are right at the very back, probably. Oh no, they're right here in the front. Okay. You can calm down with the magic, alright? Hold that. But yeah. That's the other problem with this thing. I'm just gonna have to go into melee. Oh, these things actually dodge range projectiles is gonna be one of my issues with them. Using Black Flame. So I'm just gonna either have to go into melee or use this. Or leave it alone, but I don't know that I can afford to just leave it alone. That actually hit me. Okay. Oh, that floaty dodge. Oh, that takes some getting used to. You know what? No, I was thinking about maybe just trying to get run on him, but that's not. Alright, first off, there is one trick I can do here. Go over here. Get Terra Magica, because why not? Get over here. Tight confined corridor with my magic to where he can't dodge so much. Yeah, this is probably not worth it in some ways. And I recognize that. That was, though. Oh, come on. Okay, we do this. Yeah. No, you recognize the mistake and then say, but I'm gonna do this instead. Oh, but yeah, the Red Wolf is one I actually... He's not a bad fight normally, but I hate him on casters. I absolutely despise this fight on casters. For this very reason. Like, even in normal Elden Ring. Because he avoids most of your magic. And he just generally will not give you the actual break you need. And you know what? I just realized I have Endure here. But he's just gonna sit there and do that, even. I really needed that. I wasted the whole second night here. That's... I blame this dodge partially. This dodge, I do not like. It throws my timing off. It gets okay distance, but not enough for what it is. I can't even get him. Oh. This is just... Kill me, please. Just let it be over with. I guess I did become a chew toy, not to the boss I was intending. Like, I'd prefer the normal roll over that one, even though that one technically gets more distance, so it can get you out of some stuff. Because in moments like that, for some of the quick bosses, it does not feel good. Also, I will say, there are some sorceries that do get around my issues. Most of my issues there were because I'm using incantations, actually. With that boss fight. The night sorceries are basically made for bosses like that. Just because they don't react to them. But I also was just playing very sloppy because I was getting frustrated and trying to speed things up. Alright. We still got this. You know, I'm gonna get one shot by Gaping Jaw in about 2 seconds into the fight, but we got this. Alright, let's use this real quick. Alright, time for the flamethrower. Actually didn't do bad damage. Okay. Give me fire. We'll go ahead and do that. Ugh. Way too early. I do think a lot of my issues, partially, at least when it comes to trusting the dodge, come from the fact I don't know what. Like, it just feels weird with when you actually get the iframes. Because I'm guessing they're all in the front, probably. Yep, that's about what I was expecting. We at least got to half health. But... oh, yeah, I'm already out of class, too. Alright. I was about to say, am I immune to the wind pressure there? Also, another big thing I could have definitely stood with doing. Yeah, I'm just gonna accept that. I really should have went and upgraded one of those seals. If I had actually upgraded one of them, preferably the Frenzied Flame one, I would have actually been the Red Wolf hands down there. Would have still probably had a few deaths. But it would have been hands down. Alright. The Squishy Mage became a chew toy multiple times. There you go. Accept them back and let me be done with that monstrosity. To be fair, I was joking around too. Most of the time. But, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of them. I do prefer this character. Partially because they have the normal roll. Partially because I'm actually more weighted to incantation, or like, seals. Alright. Last run of the night. I can't believe I only got one win so far. Then again, the character is not bad. I am just bad with them. I recognize that. It's partially because I don't like sorceries. I've always been partial to incantations. So, the playstyle just doesn't quite fit with me. I get what they're going for, and I am new to spells, alright, Hardy? This is the first game, other than a slight bit of dabbling into because of some cool stuff, that I've really messed with sorceries, alright? Even in Elden Ring, I didn't mess with them. So I am new to, that way of life, with, the casting of, from a staff. But yeah, a lot of it just comes down to I don't know that how to properly make use of that character in most cases. Well, I know, but I don't play them. Oh, trust me, I'm familiar. Also, I'm glad to see you finally starting to accept the single dagger, playstyle rather than the dual dagger. Single dagger is the way of life with Duchess, if you're gonna go dagger. Okay, we need to do power attack here. Yep. Also, I would like to point out my health bar is even smaller, I feel like. I think it's actually the same, but it feels smaller. Alright. Let's just summon in the big guy himself. Alright. You quit it. I say quit. Alright. I am definitely gonna upgrade these claws, probably. Holy crap. Let's go ahead and summon you. You know what? They've got this. Let's just sit back. Oh, they're on. Man, I had trust in them and everything. They couldn't just do this? Definitely need that. But yeah, it couldn't just, you know, riposte the Crystallion and rip its heart out with their claws? How dare they? Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and grab those, grab that, and make our way over. trying to look and see where we want to move. Alright, you know what? Ah! Hey, Brian. How's it going? That's how I'm feeling right now, partially, with how these runs have been going. Trust me. That really is the case. In some cases. I need to get this heal first. Since this is closing in. Fair enough.
I'm being told that it's a skill issue, just don't die.
Oh, it most certainly is, Hardy. It most certainly is. I won't deny that. I can see that. I can see that being a slight issue still. Okay, so we're gonna get at least these here. I like the fact we got Blood Flame Blade. What's the bonk for, hmm? Bonk and Hardy? What for? He's just speaking the truth.
Escape for thee, little pillager, bent on sacking the lands of gold.
Okay. I did not need to see you Okay, I need the page here. What is this bullcrap, though? Also, what does my summon do? Did they despawn?
Thy journey's end.
What is this bullcrap, though, with him showing up, by the way? Like, just immediately. That's twice now when I play the caster. We aren't a tarnished. We're no tarnished, Brian. How dare you sully us with that title? Oh, this is gonna suck because I don't have the levels. Screw it. Ow. I hate how they can just swing through walls like that. Okay, maybe also that. That at least does fit. No. We won't put our ambitions to rest. That is the one thing we can't do. Okay, really? Our summon couldn't handle that for us for even a moment. Fine. Alright, we got that. Do I already have a key? I do. Alright. We get a poison weapon. Go ahead and pre-summon him. Okay, really? Thank you, bud. Let's just do this. Actually, that's not bad on damage. It is hard to get to hit, though. Okay, you know what? There we are. Take that just in case. Nice of you to join the cause there. Sadly, I don't think you'll be seeing much action. This guy, we're definitely going to be getting rid of here. He's got to go for sure. And we also have light. We have lightning. I'm not running away. I'm tactically retreating. So I can punch things better later. Like right here. Back on the ground with you. See? I've got this. Just a little bit of belief goes a long way. Alright, you get it back here. Oh. That one's dead. I am gonna go ahead and upgrade. I'm gonna go ahead and toss that. I'm gonna regret that, but I'm gonna toss it. You can go ahead and pass there. Alright, that's closing in too fast. Oh, we're at the wrong side. I'm gonna go get our flask. Really? There we go. Anyways, I'm gonna go get our flask here. And we're just gonna go through the night. We're higher level than we were before. So we got that going for us. I will, Nealon. Just give me a moment. To, you know... I guess I could, you know, turn my head up here and take a swig of this water, but... I don't know it would exactly be the most pleasant thing. Yeah, just let me get out of the rain here. This is probably not worth it to grab that early, but hey. Wouldn't that be something? You know, I wonder if someone actually has done that for like a very intense like stream they had planned. Just, you know, set up a water bucket or like a little hamster thing and take a few sips from like a, have it strapped to a headband. Though I guess that is really just like a drinking hat, more or less. So, you know, if you count a drinking hat as a, just, in some ways, two of those strapped to it, like two hamster dispensers strapped to a hat. You know, just for people, rather than hamsters. I guess, yeah, you could say someone has. Also, of course, we get this guy immediately. I'm just gonna go ahead and... not that. We're gonna ult, that way he doesn't destroy poor old Frederick there. Alright, I need to use this. Alright, you. That's definitely still an issue. I can still go down at the drop of the hat there. Alright. Actually, wait. Why am I not using my claws? Aren't these guys weak to magic? Thank you for the sacrifice, whatever your name was, Paige. It's greatly appreciated. Because it saw us through it. And there we go. Alright. Definitely need this. Any kind of extra healing I don't have to, you know, use a flask for is welcome. We're gonna go ahead and climb up here. Get this final flask. I'm definitely gonna go ahead and go into those mines, get the smithing stone. Really should have done that day one, but hey. Warrior's Jar Shard. Normally, really good. But not really needed on this character. Not currently, at least. Okay. What do we have down this way real quick? I'm curious who's here, because if this is a good boss for us, meaning one that doesn't just suck to fight entirely for us. Also preferably one either weak to lightning or fire. This we get also, you know, the hydrate. I hear that. Nope. We'll hydrate with a bit of flavored water known as tea. But what was that again? I was just hearing the large steps. That's magma worm, right? Yes. Okay, that need to get out of that, but here we go. don't go off the edge. Whatever I do. A little bit of a precarious position to be fighting him. Where did that go?
Good day, I'm Bonk the Necromancer, and today we're doing an unboxing.
Bob? Hopefully you're on our side this time. Or are we taking Bob's place as the Necromancer in this case? I don't have the damage for this, actually. I shouldn't even be trying this. Oh, that is way too much health without having, like, upgrades here. I'm trying to think. That's Banished Knights right there. We definitely go down into the mines. We go to the mines. If this is in the circle, I may do it. But I feel like it's not going to be. And I should go start clearing bits and pieces of the fort. I could very well kill that magma worm, by the way. It's not I couldn't. It's going to take too much time and not be worth it. In that scenario. I definitely need to upgrade the Revenant Claws here. Those are going to be... You know, Revenant is probably one of those that the starting armament modifiers are really good for. Like, just because her base weapon is, like, her best weapon. Unless you get very lucky with, like, the... what are the dual fists? Alright, you. Nice. And there we go. Okay. But yeah, doing like, an Ash of War on this with, say, Bleed would probably be super good on her. Bleed, Frostbite, you know, anything that, would add something to make use of the bit further range and little bit quicker attacks. Sacred would be another good one because it would help further increase the faith scaling. I think if this game works like how Elden Ring does. And yeah, the Magma Worm time there was just wasted, but hey, we at least got the smithing stones here. I'm going to definitely be upgrading these. We'll keep the poison on us just for applying it. But it's not going to be our primary weapon. Get at least my extra pouch here. There we go. Also, I do... Oh, it's Banished Knights. That's actually not bad. What is it down here real quick? This is worth it. Or, like, doable. Alright. We got a holy ground set up, well, it followed us, but I was trying to set up below him there. Nice. Oh. Well, we've nearly killed him. That's showing how good, well, really how good bleed is. But, what we can do, I just need to, you know, not have him do the roar. Be sure here. That roar is so, like, BS. Can get a fully charged one right there. Take a lightning bolt to the face and die. You know what? It doesn't go off my stats. So it's good, right? I don't have to worry about my own strength. Yeah, we can go with that. Big as in big smile, also. I kind of want this, but I also want... I need this. For what we're about to be putting up with. He's... You know what? He's got the big smile. That's what it is. It stands for his big smile there. I've got something that does damage here. Gives the little doll a very big cannon. That's the solution everyone should come to. There we go. Doesn't even cost me FP. Well, you can use it after we're finished with it, alright? How you doing, Smurf? Oh, we're just doing a bit of Nightreign here, partially to, you know, see a good bit of the new boss that got added right before they go away. Bloodborne is one of those I really wish, you know, would come to all platforms, because it's very much like the aesthetic I love. And it's just a really good game. Of course, I like most of the FromSoft games, but, you know. Alright, let's put Frederick here. Dude. Holy crap, they just sat there unloading with Stormblade. I do have just like a bit more tea here. I should have used my ult there before going ham. Yeah, it just gets me the shortcut down here for the extra rune bonus. Let's do that real quick. Alright. Really? Okay, you two. Calm down. Calm down there. You know, the reload time is, a little bit iffy here. Just impale that one. There we go. As many levels as I can here. Okay, we will be passing by a site of grace. What port are you in Bloodborne, Smurf? And also, are you doing it through the Jolly Cooperation or Jolly Hunting Club? I guess in that game. Making use of that. Ooh. Let's go ahead. This guy actually does stagger very easily. So we're going to keep using the jar cannon here. Actually, I should be doing this. Alright. And boom. Okay. That gives me just a little bit more to work with. My health is still just absolutely abysmal. I do not have a amazing weapon, but I've got something that works. Guess I will have to do. Which boss is this again? Let's go ahead and summon you. Good hit there. Yeah, that's actually not bad damage for a melee weapon for this character. There we go. Crucible Knight. Oh, yeah, it's the hippo. Okay, I actually did hit to do this here. But... well, there goes our summon. A little bit low on FP, so let's just do this. Oh. Okay. I don't know where he's going, but whatever. Oh. He found his way back. Alright. Better heal up. Alright. Let's go ahead and use this. Go ahead and tank the hippo for me for a moment. Oh, thank you. Let me rip out its eye. Alright. Swap you over. I deserve that. You know? One more with Revenant. I feel like that was a bad showing. I definitely... I don't know. Let me see one thing. I could maybe make this go a little bit smoother here. I mean, it started out good, Hardy. I did at least kill the new Night Lord once. So it's not completely horrible, but yeah, it's definitely not been my best day, shall we say. Let's just reset this. Status effect. Wait. Since when does the blessed coin here just have constant HP regen? Was that a buff they did to this? Yes, Frisk? If that's a buff they did to that, by the way, that's kind of cracked. What's up? We're gonna go with... This would actually be good, but... Getting the character explosion would be pretty nice. Oh, don't worry. It was a jumbled up mess, man. And if I was gonna do, like... It's one I would definitely have to, like, really sit there and think about, because like I said, I've played a lot of games. I'll give you, like, my top 5, I think, that I had. Of... I don't even remember the first one, actually. Oh... I mean, yeah. I wouldn't mind that, actually. I mean, I'm definitely down to talk with that. In length. Gonna have a lot of time, since Blueprints is probably gonna be the next stream. I definitely have to say, like, some of my favorites, like, this is not in any particular order. You know, since you weren't here earlier. Battle Brothers, Tactics Ogre / Final Fantasy Tactics, since those are basically like continuation. Final Fantasy Tactics is like the continuation, you know, in the Final Fantasy universe. Baldur's Gate 3 definitely. That is awful, Smurf, but I approve. That is apps. Kingmaker is long. It is very good. But it is very long. You know what? What did this do? Huh. Okay, so we can't get Chilling Mist on our claws. That's good to know. We can get poison. You know what? This benefits. Yeah, this works. Rather than having to sit here and, like, really crack down on what we're going to do, this works. We get poison on our claws, which we're going to be keeping. Perfect for the boss. We get the extra damage, and... But yeah, Oblivion's definitely up there. Let's see. Definitely Wasteland 3/2. You know, there's a lot of RPGs I really like, and it's hard Because I feel like with every like with every game, there will be points where you're, well, you know, if you've never played it, even back in the 360, now's a good time. um, I know that feeling all too well with games. Oh, you always want just that little bit, or like, you're like, just after this one, and that one you're playing feels like you'll never end with it at the same time. I do realize I just took away one of my health ups on a character with very little to begin with. That's not a bad idea. Both have their own strong suits. Alright. Oh. I was hearing footsteps and immediately, like, went to attack here. Greedfall is actually good. Trust me, I've done the same thing with a game where, like, I've picked it up. And played something else. Luckily, I normally do go back to them, but still, I know that feeling all very much so. Very close to what I actually wanted here. I would very much have taken improved. Oh. We're not going here. I almost made a very big mistake. Also, ooh, Scarlet Rot area. Nice. That gives us, I think, another bonus when stuff gets poisoned near us. We're gonna head up here. We're gonna jump up to that fort in a moment after we grab this. This is kind of completely scuffed, but you know, make do with what you can here. Did I? It's definitely a run. The benefit of having the Rot Forest here is all the enhanced bosses are in there. And it spawns extra. So you can actually really quickly get through a bunch of them. You don't have to go out of your way. So I'm actually going to try and hit the fort day one here. But you don't have to go out of your way for them, really. And overall, it ends up being very good. And you know what? I'm actually going to go, rather than for anything in particular, yeah. Oh, you want big balls? You know, we can use the big iron balls. But no, one of the main things with this, we're definitely gonna go and upgrade our weapon early. We upgrade our weapon early. We use as much day one to just get powerful. For like specifically going in. Ooh, that is my ideal incantation setup. I think this is in fact the run actually. Yeah, that's perfect. Trust me, I know. There's too many good things, not enough time for all of them. You know, I'm not gonna say it's the run necessarily, but this could be the run. I just need to get basically prepared to live in that forest for the rest of night 2. That's how it always goes. You pick it up, or like you pick up an RPG, you know, you put it down for a moment, and then all of a sudden, oh wait, I need to restart. I don't remember anything. I kind of hate it's night here because these guys are actually kind of fast. Now I can just, you know, do something like this. At the same time, we can just instantly kill him with a frenzied flame. I never got into Dragon Age. Which, you know, seeing the newest one, I feel like that's a blessing in disguise. Just because I'm not as frustrated with it. Also, I kind of hate how this is ending up here. Because there's a good chance the Rot Forest is not where the Night 2 ring is. And that's gonna really suck here. But, sorry, I completely lost my train of thought there. Oh, yeah. With how Dragon Age, or the newest one, has been, I'm kind of glad I didn't get into it, because I feel like that would just upset me. Seeing, like, what they were before. I mean, Veilguard, Veilguard was okay from what I heard. Ooh. Good boss here. You saw how easy we bullied him last time. Let's do it again. Oh. Alright. Let's go ahead and swap these guys out. One hit here is death, by the way. Which is why I'm playing very carefully. I say as I fully charge this. Oh! Very lucky. Alright, you. Die. Oh, that was another thing I was gonna mention. In Greedfall, I very much did like, pistol builds. The pistol felt really good in that game. I'm gonna take the pulley crossbow there. Ooh, we got... Ooh, this is good. This is very good. We'll take the enhanced charge attacks. Alright. Yeah, just look at him for a moment. Oh, this is gonna suck because I'm gonna inflict madness on myself. Thank you. Thank you, big guy. Please tell me I didn't just hear the other night aggro. Incantations. I inflicted it on myself. So, you know, yes, but not in the way I wanted, obviously. Did it? Did Automod just, like, get that Smurf? Because I didn't see a pop-up there. Just keep looking at me. There we go. Delete the Crucible Knight. Ooh, FP consumption. Okay. Trick. We're gonna go down here. We're gonna, you know, get stronger. Now, let me check. Yeah, it didn't say Automod got it. Wonder why it didn't show up on the side chat there. What's up, Frisk? I deserve that. I deserve that for just sitting there using a pulley crossbow to save FP. Well, dang it! You took my concentration that I definitely was using. I totally wasn't just, like, blanking out using a crossbow, to pelt this poor knight right here. Oh, I need to get out of here. Why? Did they want to, put you on the cross after, you know? Is that what it is? Oh, wait, no. No. That's the Romans, right. And the Legion. Alright. We'll at least get this Red Mage Knight. We're not going to get both of them here this night. The fact I nearly just died from that alone. This character has... I mean... I guess medieval... You know, like, medieval Europe had, the wheel instead as their, one, like, you know, the cross. That was their go-to. There we go. At least grab this. Yeah, the reason I grabbed this pulley crossbow, by the way, is solely because it's basically a free spell constantly. And it gives me a good way of just, like, quickly getting rid of stuff from a range here. Are the tires even made of rubber? Or does that become too brittle in the cold there? Also, the pulley crossbow is just really good. As, like, a default weapon, since it doesn't go off of any skillings, it just hits hard. Really? Wait, I can get my FP back off of this. the bestial sling counts as a melee. Interesting. Also, funny thing with the Revenant here. Potentially the easiest time you can have with this boss. I mean, to be fair, this isn't my first rodeo. No matter how much some of my decisions may make it look like that. I am happy to stay as far as possible away from you. Also, look at that headshot damage. Oh! I didn't realize that. I thought it had to be a melee weapon. Because, like, bows can't trigger it. But maybe they just made an exception for bows because, well, Iron Eye is going to default to using them. Definitely go with this. That's good to know, though. Alright. Let's just go ahead. I'm gonna run out into the storm. I do need to go get my heals today, because I'm definitely gonna need them on this character. Because the only way I survive anything is with, damage negation while at full health, or just being full health. Anytime without full health, I'm just basically a sitting duck. I mean, that's the goal. But as you can see, my health pool kind of makes that a little bit of a tricky ass. And a bit of an iffy thing to actually accomplish. There we go. Well, you'll see why that's not so much of an option with what we're going to be going against. Trust me, I would love to be able to just hug his ankles. But I don't think that's quite as effective as normal against who we're going for here. Actually, I'm picking up one of those. He counts as a dragon, I believe. Ah, okay. Interesting. That's good to know then. I guess, yeah. Because they do differentiate between range damage and just physical damage. So maybe it's the fact that it has the range damage trigger. Well, I was thinking maybe, because like they have the range damage up in that. Maybe it's just, if it is affected by that, it doesn't get the bonus. Is what I'm thinking it is then. Alright. While I've got some time here, we're going to spend just a little bit of time. Because I'm pretty sure we've got our setup here. Alright. Yeah. The fact... I'm happy he's one of the summons. Because it is kind of cool having him, you know, hang around. You get introduced to him so much from the the boatman. That's just nice you get the option for once. Though I'm partial to the, you know, Mr. Pumpkinhead here. Skelly Bro does have the most health, though, by far. There we go. Oh, Wolnir, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where they got the like, not the original inspiration, but where they want, or what made them want to do that. Because it's technically based off a creature from Japanese mythology. Which is just like a towering skeleton, basically. He doesn't have the bangles. He also doesn't have the cool sword. Yeah, Wolnir's like one of the gimmick bosses I feel like actually kind of holds up a little bit. Ooh. Just gonna go ahead and do this real quick. Lasers and madness. What a wonderful combination. Yeah, Wolnir is not necessarily a hard boss. Also, perfect ring spawn. Fun fact, if I'm not mistaken, Pontiff was actually going to play a bigger role originally in Dark Souls 3. But they actually toned him back a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, from what I've seen of, like, some of what people have read of the original, like, design documents and that. He was originally, I believe, going to play a bigger role in the story, but kind of got relegated back, which I feel like is a good call, but at the same time, it's Pontiff. Yeah. And it kind of sticks that way for the most part. To be fair, that's nothing to be ashamed of. You're basically transforming what's just like a low damage run into a no-hit run. Like, because you can still make a couple mistakes at low level normally. But unlike Elden Ring, you don't get the, honestly, insane capability of just really buffing your damage like that. You know what? That's actually better than... Oh, low-level runs are fun. In their own way. They're definitely time-consuming. But they really do get you to truly, like, refine your gameplay. Oh, same. I'm pretty sure I know who it is for, like, #1 boss. Because there's only one true answer. Is your #1 perhaps Gale? Alright, we need to make it to that fort here. Though, I am going to check and see what we've got here. If we see the tree sentinel, that's an easy clap. This is... okay. I wouldn't say she's my favorite, but she's definitely up there. I just like Gale way too much, to be honest, for anyone to beat him on a ranking. Oh boy. You can stay right where you are. I love how in the well, actually, even in normal Elden Ring, I think everyone had that moment. Because I think Friday was the first time From had ever done a third phase boss, let alone a fake out like that. Alright. we're almost done getting to the quest objective here. So we know this boss right at the top back here is not worth it. So first thing we're going to do is check this one and then these two. I'm still happy I returned to DS3. Even if I was completely sucking at it. I feel like. When I did return to it, because it had been way too long, and it plays very different from Elden Ring. In many ways. I do need a spell speed up here. Hold on, is Pest Threads as good as it used to be? I'm not going to be using skills anyways. In Elden Ring or in Dark Souls? Oh! The Demon Princes, yeah. Those ones give a ton of people a lot of problems. They are very difficult, and also you have to know which one you're actually wanting to kill first. So that's an amazing one to see, by the way. That's a relatively easy kill for us right now. I can't use my main offensive spell against him effectively, but we can still do damage. Go ahead and pop that thing. I'm trying to think of who that is. Oh, Malekith. He is one you either have a really easy time with, or a absolutely awful time with. Because he is a glass cannon. I remember, it's funny, because my first time, I literally deleted him so fast, I basically didn't experience the second phase. But then, like, it feels like every time I return to it after, that is not the case. Okay, I'm gonna have very limited time here because I took a little bit of extra time, but I should be able to get this. Funny thing for me, in my first playthrough, and this is why I will alt. It was meant to be. Yes, I am going to use this. The hardest boss for me in my first playthrough ever was... That's Erdtree Avatar, we'll go for that. The Elden Beast. And specifically Elden Beast. Every other boss, you know, wasn't too bad. Elden Beast, my first time fighting him, just... There's a reason I have a hatred for that boss. Let's put it like that. I don't know what it was about Elden Beast that just didn't click. DS2 is an amazing game co-op. Honestly, I consider DS2 just an amazing game, but I know that one's not for everyone. Old Iron King. Either that or... Well, yeah, Old Iron King for lava. Otherwise, I would say you're at Smelter Demon, probably. You almost get access to, like, the real fun DLC, too, right after that. Well, actually, all of them are fun. So, you know, take your pick there. Can I get you over here? Come on. Thank you. That was not a lot of damage. What did they do to pest threads? That is not what it used to be. Also, can you just calm down here? I just want to talk with my weapons. Yeah, I figured something was coming up. I'm trying not to have the magma worm despawn, by the way. Is why I'm sticking to this side here. But I don't think I'm gonna be so fortunate here. If they ignore me... Hold on. Don't mind me. You know, just getting rid of a problem real quick. Gotta love their system for the boss can't follow you into the final night boss, right? Just gonna, you know... Since he's insisting on sticking around, let's do this real quick. And right in the eye. Fair enough. That's why I was so happy seeing him, especially with it being right near this. Of course, now I have to get rid of all these things here real quick. Alright. Let's just use this so I can guarantee I'm not going to die and get my damage buff at the same time. I should say die in one hit. Yes, it does. In fact, it even has the death crabs. Alright. Yeah, as soon as they got added in DS3, they kind of just became a staple. Alright, give them the smack. Don't give me the peg leg. I don't need that. And the commander goes down. Alright. Definitely want this. Away with ye. We'll do the holy ground. Sadly, he already has a name. It's Frederick. They each already... Or no, that's Sebastian. Sorry, Frederick is the big guy. But I will point out, he does get a blue glowing eye that shoots lasers. And his name does start with an S. What does that remind you of? I need just one more soul. Here, do we have a quick donation from anyone? Out in the storm here. Well, actually, if you... Yeah, there's Sebastian Bach, which we do play a harp. So there's music associated with them. But the one I was thinking of, maybe from a game. Shoots lasers, has a blue glowing eye. Of course, another little hint here, you may have a bad time. Alright, let's see. We'll get rid of the stone key here. Figured out who I may be referring to? Alright, let's see. Go ahead and spawn in Frederick. Undertale will be the hint from like which game it's from. Okay, yeah, I did die from that. I figured. In the genocide route, there may be someone who's normally quite friendly that goes against you, and in some ways the skeleton actually does have a few resemblances, but it's clearly very minor. Fred's always the good answer for who to blame. Alright, let's heal up here. Okay, so he does count as a dragon. Because I got to test the anti-dragon grease on him. Oh, thank you. That definitely works. Because he also keeps you quite safe and is ready to greet everyone. I think I just wasted a flash there, but... Alright, let me try and get some poison on him here. And see if it still staggers him in this phase. Alright. there's a lot you can technically say this game is like Monster Hunter with. Like, also, maybe seeing why I said, like, distance may, or being underneath it may not work here so well. This is one of the only dragons FromSoft has made. I just got bled twice. Holy crap. Okay, well at least the run has made it here. I don't think it's making it much further. Oh yeah. He's the ultimate ankle biter. Really? Oh. I definitely need something that reduces my damage from full health there, so I'm not getting just absolutely ruined. I did get some good damage and made it to the second phase, but holy crap, man. On the squishier characters, that one's rough. Thank you. Definitely had something going there, though. With the run. I mean, we hit level 15 and everything, and I wasn't getting one shot, I'll say that. We had one successful run. One more run. One more run, and it will be a special kind of run. Some of you may already know what's coming here. Let me just make sure I've got the right stuff. We don't need that. We don't benefit from this. It's trying to drag me back in. Don't let it take me. Well then, that... Well, I guess early over there. There we go. We at least have a chance. No. I was thinking we may have a chance we're going to be doing Scarlet Rot. Not with what I'm planning. Fair enough. Nope. Camera blurred. Let me fix this real quick. Yeah, we're going to do, for those who don't know what I'm planning, it'll become very clear as soon as we enter this. I'm trying to just decide what my final relic is going to be to try and help us out here. You know what? Sure. We'll do that one. Bunch of extra stamina. Alright. For those who know how I like to play Guardian, you may already have guessed what I'm gonna try. Alright. You saw that nice shiny halberd? Oh, Fred will be back. But Maldron here has a bit of a score to settle with some, and he's been left out for a little bit. So what we're gonna do, he's gonna get his revenge here. we go. You may have already guessed what I'm going to be doing. Oh, not that. Luckily it did no damage. But, yeah, we'll be trying the shield only. I still love the fact we can actually riposte with shields now. We got the perfect run for doing shields only, too, looking at it. I'll need to check what's in the shop here, but we're gonna go down here. We're gonna go see if we can get a fire shield. At least one way to get a fire shield. Alright, let's do this so I always have a shield equipped. You know what? Roy can be the page. How about that? The one that's light on their feet is Roy. So the page is Roy. We have, well, they're Sebastian, but we have Frederick, Sebastian, and Roy because, well, Helen's a weird name. Or, like, it doesn't quite fit the same theme as the others, I should say. At least so far. Okay, don't die to these clowns here. There we go. Let's see. I'm just looking for item discovery boosts. For those wondering why I'm, like, even stopping to look at stuff like that. Yeah, those guys are just annoying. They're not really dangerous. I'm just literally right at the start here. But they do like poking you a lot. There we go. And smack to the face. And down comes the shield. Just in case. Not for actually using, but for, if I get my weapon of choice. We will go ahead and take the extra skill damage up. Let me see. Our best bet's definitely going to be going into the mines to get the smithing stones. I'll need every little bit of help I can get. Okay, that's decent. All our healing is up here, though. But that's fine. Day 2, for those who don't know, we're going into the mountain. But I need to get a few things on day 1. Preferably, you know, weapon of choice if I can. If not, well, we'll just have to make do, because that the crater there guarantees a legendary weapon if you can clear it in time. And if I can't get the shields, or one of the 2 shields, it is. Okay, the troll's being a little unkind here. He doesn't quite like my antics. Alright. Back on the ground you go. Come on. Well, it may also be, we did just wake him up from his nap, to be fair. So it makes sense he's upset. Really? That just put you right out of range? There we go. Oh, well. These are slow, but they do hit hard. I died because I looked away. What, Hardy? Do you not like what we're doing here? What we're subjecting that troll to? Do you not agree with the, shield only? Or is it just the amount of time it's taking for the shield only to actually kill him? Because that's the whole reason why we're going here first. To speed this up. Just go ahead and pop over their heads. I definitely want to visit here soon. Ideally, I get some item find, though. And we try and get... How'd you get my soul? Okay. But yeah, ideally we, like, can use this to, get something. But yeah, I want the item find to try and, increase my chances for purples, mainly. Okay, damage roll two-handing's awesome. Alright, let's go upgrade our shield. You know, it's funny. If you look at how at first handled giants, they definitely learned their lesson a little bit. And stuck with the Dark Souls 2 style giants a little bit more so. If you look at the difference between, like, the giants in Dark Souls 1 and everything else. I'll be fine. Maybe. The real determining factor is... I'm gonna real quick check the merchant. And we're gonna see what's in here. Well, there's our iron balls, but, not much else. What was it? Crucible Knights? Or Banished Knights? It's one of those two right now. Oh. Okay, maybe I'll die a little here. Because this This thing fight, or this thing sucks to fight in some ways. Oh, ow. It backs up. Is this too easy for you? That's the phrase I will always associate with them. Alright, yeah. Okay. That was a bad call to try and guard counter there. I thought I would actually go under some of that. No. Yes. Yes, I do. Still one of the best, like, Souls fan animations, I feel like. And definitely the one I always go to, you know, if I just want a good laugh. Or just a good time in general. Alright, yeah, it's Crucible Night, so... Spend just a little bit of time day 1 here. Or day 2, I mean. And then we head into the crater. Yeah. Alright, you. I would love to try and get your shield, but I can't right now. We've got to move. The one... I'm gonna have to try and see if I can find a soundbite of it. There are so many good soundbites there that I'm surprised people haven't made. Or I should say things that could be good for a soundbite. You know, since they haven't been made yet. Like the Bell Keeper one is one I'm surprised I haven't been able to find someone, or like a soundbite already made of. I'm gonna go ahead and weaken this guy while we can. If I can. Okay, it is over there. That's gonna suck. Don't toast me up. Yeah, he's good. He's out into the... Yeah. Or... another really good moment. Boss weapons. Yep. Yep. Alright, you get the shield. While we can. Right over there. But yeah, there are so many good moments in Happy Souls. It's one of those I'm always happy when like someone new finds it and just has a great time. Yep. Just right over there? Yeah, right there. I love the way they handle the exit there too. Man, I really was hoping one of them would drop their shield here, in all honesty. There we go. Funny, even though I played all of them in order, funny enough, like, I've played all the Dark Souls games other than Bloodborne and Sekiro, right when they released. So and it's funny to see how, like, the games have, were perceived then and are perceived now. Alright. Also, I still forgot to put a post-damage heal on my, Guardian here. Alright, come on. We still got a life. We still got a stake in this. Yeah. I mean, there's always got to be a gargoyle. In some form. Oh, well. You know what? I didn't catch him either. And he goes behind me. Fine. I'll just do that. We'll end you quickly. Well, not quickly, but you get the idea. Sure. FB back on guarding. Not doing that. We're going... Yeah, I do go to the fort here and we do a bit more of these. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the bosses will always be similar. From does like to keep their bosses somewhat similar in theme. I mean, look at Gaping Dragon and Gaping Jaw. Very clear similarity there. Heck, the Crucible Knights are basically Black Knights. With how they function, and even actually some of their moves are drawn from Black Knights. There's a lot. From does like to reuse stuff. Not always in the best of ways, but for the most part it's normally good. Alright, let's do this. I don't have it to where I heal on that. There we go. I need to be killing these guys because they can give me the Crucible Shield, which is actually just a better damage shield here. Yeah. I mean, I do have to give them credit. Like, a lot of the enemy stuff they do reuse is normally good. Now, the amount they use it is not always the best, but... And they do still come up with new stuff while we're reusing old stuff. But, sometimes they stick to it a little bit too much. Looking at Promised Consort recycling Vengarl's cross slash. But sped up. For that one. Because yes, that's where the cross slash originated from. And yes, it was a mistake for them to do that. Yeah. Alright. I really was hoping for like a bleed shield or something. Those two aren't going to separate, so let's go up here to Spear Wielder here. I need to clear out a couple of these, and then as soon as the circle starts closing in, we go to the mountain. There we go. Yeah. though, to be fair, they are trying something new with their, like, sadly, Switch-only title that's coming up here. Yeah. And that's, you know, another insensitive for them. Why change what, like, clearly people love? Don't mind the volcano erupting there. It's fine. Okay, that hit behind me, fine. We use this. Heal up. Come on. He knew what I was doing. He was not a fan. For those who are wondering, you can hear it kind of, probably. I'm using guard counters for the extra staggers here. But, I wouldn't go that far. Because, you know, I like Ninja Gaiden's combat and stuff like that a lot. Okay, we really need to be just moving onto the crater here. I was hoping to get a little bit more for the shield-only run, but... Come on. That was bad timing on my part. Also, I needed to heal. I'm just being too passive now. I'm relying too much on the shield defensively. Also, I wish we could get the actual damage here. Smurf? Using Smurfs? Never. No. Not again. Alright. Yep. We gotta just get moving. I'm taking too long to not only get my heals here, but to do this. So, we're gonna get moving. I'm gonna go get the heal over here first. Maybe drop on these guys a little bit. And we'll see what we can do here. Just, you know, means the rare occasion is all that more impactful, right? That's how that works. Because, you know, you're right, all the time people get tired of it. But if you're right, just every now and then, people really pay attention to those moments. Right? Yeah, I don't have any of the actual good fighting shields here, sadly. To be fair, I haven't done much weapon farming. Fair enough. Fair enough. We at least did get level 8, and we do have the prelates, who have a chance of giving me what I would desire. I think I do have to skip out on this heal over here if I want to actually clear the mountain. Deathrite Bird, I have no good way to clear. Whew. Got a little chilly in there for a second. With that, Death Bird fire. Yeah. Alright. Over the mountain and into the mountain. In the Misty Mountains, perhaps. Just bonk that one on the head. Oh. That seriously hit me through my shield. Quit. There we go. Got a little bit more extra. Come on. And there we go. Okay. Max stamina's whatever. We're gonna skip the next one. Gonna go to the group here. Because I don't feel like getting whipped. The problem is, I don't know. I'm definitely, if I don't get a good shield here, I'm not gonna have enough time for the final boss of this. Unleash the slimes. Alright. Yeah, as you can see, this is going to be a little bit slow. That's one. Okay. Nice. Oh yeah, I definitely don't have the time here. Fred's still missing. He'll be missing for a little bit still. Alright, Fire Monk. Need you to just die quickly for me. Come on, game. Nope. Man. It really didn't want to enable me here. Only those attached to their heads. It didn't... No one-eyed mortar, no flame tongue shield. Heck, not even a good old spike shield. Just plain, boring old normal shields. Oh, that's gonna make this a little awkward. Because that's actually a big deal that we didn't get anything. But, you know, at the same time, Can't always get what you need, but we can still try. I just have to believe in the power of blocking, right? And the strength of my shield. It would be nice if I could get to that boss, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. Let's clear out that group right there. I didn't even get my... You know what? This is all pointless to me. Well, they're both one and the same here, right? Nice, we blocked a couple arrows. Hold on. Keep shooting me. Keep it up. There we go. Just, get a rematch here. Oh. That's a little awkward. We're gonna go ahead and do this. Well, I tried dodging out of the way. Also, that's gonna be a big thing. I cannot dodge, You two can hit each other? Or wait. I know it did it. My perfect block there was, reflecting. Oh. Alright. Let's chat on the shield. Not me, please. Random beastman going to help. Okay. There we go. I know he's right behind me. I could have I have it on thrusting attacks, not shield or blocking. Yeah, we're just gonna do this. There we go. You know, thinking about it, the FP on block kind of, is pointless right now. I have a shield with no skills. that I'm blocking with. And yeah. Okay. That was more of a joke run, to be honest. Obviously. Just had to get one shield only run in. But no, I literally just got nothing to actually make it work. I could have, you know, abandoned the idea, but where's the fun in that? Well, I hope it's not just for that. But I appreciate it either way. Honestly, I could do a little bit more to optimize this. Mainly, a huge part of it here is... Do I have something that gives me health on block? I'm not doing another one, by the way. I'm just checking here real quick. Not for this color. Okay. We'll go with stance break, maybe. But that is where I'm going to call it. Thank you, everyone, for joining. We're going to raid out here. So, I will see you all later. Have a good night, Smurf. You know, Artie, Tofsky, everyone. Neon. Everyone who stopped on by, and, you know, even those who didn't. But we'll let you watch a bit more pain. Barnard's currently on this, too. So let's go, pay him a visit. It was okay. I wish I got a little bit more progress, but I did make some. With, some of the characters, you know, and I did at least beat the boss. Once. Before we swap on to the next one here. But yeah, I will catch you all later. Have a good night. Take it easy. And bye-bye. Okay, I'm not completely awful, alright? Only slightly. Or are you meaning Barnyard? Hmm. He's not. Too bad. But yeah. See you later, everyone.